Hello, everyone, and welcome to our special coverage of the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. I'm Zhong Shi.
I'm Wang Mengmang. Leaders and representatives of the APEC economies are gathering in Peru's capital, Lima, for this year's meeting. We're expecting them to arrive at the conference center anytime soon.
As regional economic integration continues to strengthen, APEC 2024 will position policies and initiatives through its inclusive growth strategy.
And APEC 2024 is also striving to consolidate a new approach to the forum's economic cooperation agenda amid the world's unprecedented challenges.
CGTN will present first-hand live coverage of the meeting and in-depth analysis of the organization's role in making the global economy more integrated and inclusive.
That's right. And now let's talk to our correspondents for the latest happening there in Lima. And let's talk to Michelle Begay first. She's joining us live from outside the venue. Well, Michelle, good to see you there. Leaders and representatives of APEC economies are expected to arrive at the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. What are we anticipating?
Yes, well, right now we're anticipating them arriving. There's going to be a welcoming ceremony, and then they're going to begin speeches with closing remarks from President of Peru, Dina Boluarte. We also expect President Xi to make some remarks, and what we know is that he will probably continue with the same message that we've been hearing these past couple days. The Minister of Commerce read out a statement by President Xi at the CEO Summit yesterday, and what they were talking about was the fact that some countries want to have these protectionist, unilateralist strategies, but that is not the way. We are in a globalized economy. We need to work together. There are many pressing challenges in this world, like climate change. There is an urgent energy transition that needs to take place. There is a lot of poverty in many countries that needs to be addressed, and we need to work together to face those challenges. We cannot do this alone. Those were the messages that we received during this APEC Leaders Week. We can expect something similar. And lastly, at the end of this event, around 1:30, there will be a family photo. And I love the word family photo because it's really talking about that coming together to empower, to grow together, which has been the message of this APEC summit. It's not called the official photo, it's the family photo. So we expect to see that later on today.
Yeah, thank you for that, Michelle. It's now 8 a.m. there in Lima, and we'll certainly keep checking with you for any proceedings going on there. Thank you.
The concept of family and inclusiveness embodied by APEC. Now let's check in with CGTN reporter Chen Tong. Chen Tong, Chinese President Xi Jinping has met with world leaders on the sidelines of the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting in Peru. What can you tell us about the highlights from those bilateral meetings?
Of course, a lot of things are happening here in Lima recently, and as you mentioned earlier, including many bilateral meetings. Here in Lima, Chinese President Xi Jinping met with leaders from countries including Japan, South Korea, Thailand, New Zealand, and Chile. And yesterday at a CEO Summit, he also made a written speech, and in his speech, he calls to enhance the solidarity and the cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. And he said the entire Asia-Pacific region is deeply woven into the fabric of economic globalization and is now an interdependent community with common interest and a shared future. But on the other hand, he also said the world is now in a new period of transformation and turbulence, and warning that the grave challenge of economic globalization is like sealing up a river. We either forge ahead or drift downstream. And he said, quote, tougher times call for greater confidence. And his speech has immediately drawn positive feedback from business leaders here. I had a chance to talk to some entrepreneurs in Lima. And for example, the president of the Peruvian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, he said President Xi's speech is very inspiring. It's sending out a signal that China is leading the future of the world. And of course, other events was mentioning, of course, include the two leaders of China and Peru witnessed the opening of the milestone project, the Qiankai Port, which shortens the transit time between China and Peru. And in his talk with his Peruvian counterpart Dina Bharati, President Xi said that China is ready to push the comprehensive strategic partnership between the two countries to a new level. But what's happening here is not necessarily only about the bilateral tie between China and Peru. It's about the whole Asia-Pacific region. Projects like the Shanghai port not only shorten the transit time between China and Peru, it's bringing the two sides of the Pacific Ocean together. It's a gateway to connect Asia with Latin America, allowing more Latin American agricultural products to go to Asia, and also allowing more products from Asia to come to Latin America. 钟石.
Not just bringing China and Peru closer, but also Latin America and Asia closer. That's inclusive growth benefiting the larger community here. CGTN reporter Chen Tong live in Lima for us this hour. Chen Tong, we appreciate that update from you.
Well, Chinese President Xi Jinping has met with world leaders on the sidelines of the APEC economic leaders meeting in Peru. Economic cooperation, strategic development, the digital economy, and green development are among the topics discussed there.
Chinese President Xi Jinping and South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol have called for strengthening their country's strategic cooperative partnership. President Xi called for deepening cooperation and for continuing the stable development of bilateral ties and mutually beneficial outcomes. He said China welcomes more investment and engagement from South Korean enterprises. The Chinese president said the two countries should work together to uphold free trade and ensure smooth global and regional industrial and supply chains. President Yoon welcomed China's visa-free entry policy for South Koreans. He also expressed a willingness to foster cultural and interpersonal exchanges to deepen goodwill between the two countries. President Xi Jinping has also met with Chilean President Gabriel Boric. The Chinese president emphasized that the two countries should strengthen cooperation in fields such as infrastructure, clean energy, and information communication. Boric said Chile welcomes Chinese enterprises to invest in Chile. And he also congratulated Xi on the opening of Shanghai port in Peru, which will serve as a gateway for Chinese enterprises to enter Latin America. President Xi Jinping has also met with the Thai Prime Minister Pathongthach Shinawatra. She noted that 2025 marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic ties. The two leaders called for accelerating key projects like China-Thailand Railway, and she called for expanding cooperation in emerging fields such as renewable energy and artificial intelligence. They called for bilateral cooperation within multilateral frameworks such as ASEAN, BRICS, and APEC. Prime Minister Shinawatra said China is a trusted partner and its global initiatives have fostered international cooperation. She said Thailand is committed to learning from China's development. Chinese President Xi Jinping also met with Singaporean Prime Minister Lawrence Wong. She called for deepening cooperation in areas like digital economy and green development. The Chinese president said the two countries can promote globalization and regional stability in multilateral platforms, such as the UN and APEC. Prime Minister Wong reaffirmed Singapore's commitment to the One China principle. He expressed confidence in China's economic future. And Wong said the 35th anniversary of diplomatic relations in 2025 will be the occasion to advance China and Singapore's high-quality partnership. And President Xi also met with New Zealand's Prime Minister Christopher Luxon. And President Xi urged China and New Zealand to regard each other as an opportunity and partner, rather than a challenge or threat. Differences should be managed in a practical manner, rather than defining a relationship. Luxon said New Zealand adheres to One China principle. The country hopes to deepen cooperation with China in various areas, including trade, green development, and fighting climate change. President Xi Jinping said China is ready to work with Japan to build a constructive and stable relationship that meets the requirements of the new era. And President Xi said he is ready to strengthen communication and coordination with the Japanese Prime Minister to push relations on the right track. And President Xi said bilateral relations bear significance beyond bilateral dimension. And China is ready to work with Japan according to the principles and directions set out in the full political documents between the two sides. And Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba said the two countries share responsibility in promoting regional peace and prosperity. He said a stable and constructive bilateral relationship carries great significance for the world. Ishiba also said there is great potential for economic cooperation, and Japan is not willing to decouple from China.
CGTN's Mira Liu interviewed Dr. Rebecca Fatima Santamaria, Executive Director of the APEC Secretariat in Singapore. She reflected on a year shaped by geopolitical challenges and discussed the top priorities for Peru as the host nation.
It's been a very exciting year, and I must say that Peru has done a super job in bringing us and helping us focus on what matters. If you look at our vision is for prosperous, dynamic, peaceful Asia-Pacific, but the more important statement is for the prosperity of all our peoples and future generations, right? That is exactly what Peru has really extracted. They looked at the structure of the economy and said 70% of their businesses are in the informal sector. But informal also means you don't have safety nets, right? So, for example, during COVID, the first ones to be hit were people in the informal sector. So, having all these experiences and really wanting to make meaning of the work that we do, Peru has put this as a priority. The other big ticket item is the Just Energy Transition Initiative. The important phrase here is just, right? So that no one is negatively impacted by this move to renewables. It is a challenge. It's not going to be easy. It's not cheap. So how do you do this? And because we are non-binding, we're voluntary, right? So we don't have agreement, but we have a mechanism to share the best practices in this area.
There's a lot of talk about fragmentation. There's a lot of talk about new world order. APEC has a lot of global influence over the years, but now we're seeing many more mechanisms coming along. We're seeing BRICS growing rapidly. We have RCEP, we have CPTPP. We also have people say, okay, if I cannot agree with people I don't agree, I have a form mechanism with like-minded people, countries. So how do we ensure that APEC continue to have that global influence going forward?
The value of APEC, I think, is in its ability to have sustained these conversations that we've been having over the years. We are very focused on economics, right? And politics and external noises can be in the room, but it doesn't overwhelm us. We're very focused on the economic side of things. We're also focused on what we can do together. Because we meet quite often, we have gotten to know each other very well and trust each other. And I think building trust, the value of multilateral organizations is in its ability to build trust. So if you look at how APEC has functioned over the years, we do not shout and have grand openings and things like that, but the work continues throughout the year. Not just this year, but across the years. Every year we try to build on the agenda.
Let's get some discussion with our guests here in the studio. They're Professor Qu Qiang, Fellow of the Belt and Road Research Center at Minzu University of China, and Zun Ahmed Han, Research Fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. Fantastic to have both of you joining us today. My first question, I guess, to both of you, and let's get your thoughts on the theme of APEC this year, which is Empower, Include, Grow. Zun, can you first share your thoughts on what these three words mean here?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me. And I think just as, in the previous segment we saw, APEC is definitely one of the most important platforms, multilateral platforms that represents major economies, about 2/3 of the global economy, and also a region that's responsible for half the world's trade. That said, despite the significance of this region, of the 21 regions and countries that are members, we see that the last 3-4 years have been filled with uncertainty. reality, challenges, inflation, COVID-19 affected all economies in the world. And I was even thinking about how we always talk about China-US relations being integral to global predictability and the free flow of our capacity to think we want to move towards more globalization and integration. And if we think broader than that, then APEC is that region that needs that kind of stability, certainty, consensus. So this year's theme, I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, it's about empowering, including, and growing. I mean, what we can talk about is how within the APEC region, even though it is so significant, there is relative inequality. That needs to be addressed. The APEC economies are also concerned about global uncertainties. So how do we ensure that the transition towards more sustainable economies, towards better trade facilitation, towards understanding that given the uncertainties that we may expect in the coming presidency of President Trump, we make sure that the entire region has a consensus that we can ensure they can continue to work together. And to make it inclusive, I mean, obviously, another important thing about APEC is that it is one of the few multilateral pragmatic platforms that is serving as a North-South and East-West dialogue possibility. So we are seeing an important dialogue in international relations. We talk about the gap between the North and the South and the East and the West. So APEC can be inclusive in the sense that despite the diversity of these economies, this year can prioritize how we can make sure the needs of the different economies and regions are being met. And obviously, the growth trajectory is more positive. From what I was understanding, 2.5% is the average economic growth of the region at large. How do they continue this trajectory given uncertainties that are to be expected?
Great diversity and wide representation. And if we look at today's picture, we know that APEC celebrates multilateralism, but then we also have to acknowledge the unprecedented challenges our world is facing today. For example, President Xi mentioned his concern over spreading unilateralism as well as the fragmentation of the world economy. How would you identify these challenges, and what could members do to really address that very issue?
Yes. I think this is actually very important, mentioned by President Xi Jinping, and I think a lot of nations represented by the organization like APEC actually are worrying about this fact is coming to be real. So I think just as soon as just mentioned, we have this practical platform actually to talk about this common concern of all the nations, especially emerging markets, plus some old developed nations, but they're facing new challenges. Well, I think recently we've been facing so many of this kind of platform like a conference. A lot of people are not paying attention enough actually to the APEC and to the later coming G20. And why is that? Because right now I think the whole organizations have been more polarized. For example, on the one side, we're having G7, right? Talking about developing nations, bigger economies for sure. And on the other side, because G7 is not representative enough, so we're looking at another global South nations platform, the BRICS. But between these two polar, we have a bigger common ground and the middle ground we need to talk about. For example, the APEC is surrounding the two sides or the two banks of the Pacific Ocean. It's making the whole large Asian Pacific region like a lake. And everybody around this lake actually need to grow, and they need to grow in an inclusive way. Some are very developed nations like Japan, like South Korea, like Australia. Some are catching up really quick like India, like China. But still there are some are less privileged. They need a hands up. They need to be helped. And they need more of the favorable agendas. So how we can make this happen? And I think, first of all, APEC can be a platform. Like the motto has mentioned, we need to empower this whole region and then to make it inclusive, because without it being inclusive, how we can grow? Just take a look at the inflation, or what we can say, seriously, it's a stagflation already happening in the European Union and partially in America already. And what we can solve this situation is to empower and include emerging markets so we can, boost up the whole global economy for another round again. So this is very important. And also, just a few days later, we're going to see G20. G20 is just also in the middle, right? This is G7, this is, BRICS, and this is APEC, this is G20. And G20 is also like that. And that's the reason why I think the major countries' leaders are paying attention to the topic of this year and to this mechanism. And more, I think, better things about APEC is it's informal. It's informal means a lot of handshakes and a lot of talking can happen in a very frank and open way, and we do not have a so-called legal duty to make any promises, but without making these formal promises, which means we can talk through more of the topics and more likely to make things happen. So I think this is the beauty of it, and we should really dig into this conference.
The informality of the meeting there. Thank you for your analysis. Now, if you've just joined us, this is our special coverage of the ongoing APEC meeting in Lima, and Chinese President Xi Jinping is there in Peru for a state visit and the 31st APEC Economic Leaders meeting in Lima. In 2014, President Xi outlined his vision for the Asia-Pacific dream at the APEC Leaders meeting in Beijing. Our reporter Chen Ziyuan explores how this vision has inspired China's contributions 10 years on.
The Asia-Pacific, a region that has long been a center of global commerce, culture, and politics. The countries of the Global South find themselves at a crossroad for transformation, inspired by China's vision. At the heart of this transformation is a vision, the Asia-Pacific Dream, crafted by Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing in 2014.
我们有责任为本地区人民创造和实现
We are duty-bound to create and fulfill an Asia-Pacific dream for our people. This dream is about acting in the spirit of the Asia-Pacific community and out of a sense of shared destinies, following the trend of our times, peace, development, and mutually beneficial cooperation, and jointly working for the prosperity and progress of our region.
It is not just about China. The Asia-Pacific region, which encompasses over 20 economies from East Asia, Southeast Asia, Oceania, and parts of the Americas, has seen remarkable economic growth over the past decade. According to the International Monetary Fund, the region is forecast to contribute roughly 60% to global growth in 2024. China and emerging economies such as Vietnam have driven much of this growth.
就是继续引领世界发展大势。
It is about staying ahead of global development and making a greater contribution to the well-being of mankind. It is about having more economic vibrancy, free trade, investment facilitation, better roads, and closer people-to-people exchanges. And it is about ensuring greater security and prosperity of our people and giving our children a better environment to grow, work, and live.
According to the latest data from Chinese Ministry of Commerce, in 2022, the total import and export volume between China and APEC member was more than $3,700 billion, accounting for 59.7% of China's total import and export volume. 8 of China's top 10 trading partners are APEC members.
The market is not only big, but it's also very tech-oriented and becoming almost the leader in the technology aspect as well. So both from the size point of view and also with the technology development point of view, I think Asian Pacific continues to be a very important market, and I think the worldwide should be looking into the Asian Pacific market for the future as well.
I think the outlook for China, but also for the APEC region is very bright, and with the things. So all the industries we're working in, so we're working in shipbuilding, we're working in energy, we're working in food and water, there you have to transform. So the energy system has to transform to be clean energy, marine has to decarbonize, and there's a big need for sustainable food production. And all of those needs are here in APEC, and we can contribute to those. So we see a very bright future in this region.
Company representatives said President Xi's aspirations for the Asia-Pacific region encapsulate a transformative vision, a cohesive, prosperous APEC that stands as a pillar of global stability and innovation. While challenges persist, the APEC region is well-positioned to continue its trajectory of economic prosperity and to fulfill President Xi's vision of a thriving and interconnected Asia-Pacific. Chen Ziyuan, CGTN, Beijing.
And earlier, we asked a senior representative from a global enterprise for his comment about the Asia-Pacific dream and his expectations from this year's meeting.
President Xi launched this idea about 10 years ago. We thought that was a great idea, a great initiative. I mean, business and the world, it's like family. You want a harmonious and prosperous environment. We hugely look forward to the APEC meeting happening later this year, and we just hope every global leader, responsible global leader, could find time to sit down and chat with each other. Economy, politics, similar things like business, we all need to sit down and discuss.
And now let's hear more from our guest here. Professor Chu, I want to get your thoughts on this. 10 years have passed since President Xi raised his vision for the Asia-Pacific dream. How would you read into the significance of this very vision? And how could member economies under the APEC framework work towards this overarching goal of empower, include, and grow?
Well, I think President Xi has made it very clear in his speech. Well, I think if we want to achieve all this, integrity among all the APEC nations, and also to achieve inclusive development in this whole region, well, I think we need to do a lot of things together instead of just to talk and argue with each other. Like we just mentioned, this is actually a great platform. Now, I think President Xi Jinping mentioned very clearly, number one, I think importantly, we need to be people-oriented. Look, if we do not have a peaceful world, if we do not have the overall improvement of the people's living qualities, how can we have this whole world market economy? How we can boost the world economy as a whole, no matter where you are, where you sit. If you are, a North country, live in North America, live in Australia, you have a very high living standard. And if you live in Latin America, in South Africa, or in the ASEAN nations, wherever you sit, your growth today depends on the well-connected market. Your growth today rely on your neighbors, your trade partners can buy your products, can enjoy this peaceful environment, and also to do the international trade with each other. So that is actually not a talk shop. This is not just a moral imperative. It's a very important requirement for our common growth. And secondly is we need to go very sustainably. Well, we have tried in the past 20 years. It's not very good result. Just take a look at the pollution. Well, developed nations have already tried that and see the result in the past 200 years. And many, middle-income nations also experienced that in the past 20 years and 40 years. And this does not look very good. And I think China mentioned it very clearly. We need to go green sustainably, especially for the emerging market. Those countries are not privileged. They do not have enough oil and gas. They do not have the fossil fuels. And they cannot afford to develop under that kind of critical condition. But what we can help them with is green energy. It's free solar, free wind, and with very affordable solar panels and wind farms, turbines, we can empower the whole emerging market and help them to grow and catch up in a very sustainable and affordable way. And that comes to the third conclusion, is technology. Technology is the only thing that can make this happen. That can make the green development and a people orientation in the first place. And I think developed nations so deeply understand what does that even mean. But I think for the emerging market, we need stronger promise and effort to do that, because we need training, we need skills, we need talents, we need the fleet of engineers so they can power up and lit up the solar farms. They can power up all those factories. They can do all the kind of automated harbors and transportations, high-speed rails, so they can boost up the whole economy as a whole. So that's the vision provided by President Xi Jinping, standing from the perspective and experience of China. And I do think if China, as a large country with 1.4 billion people, we used to have 80% of them living under the standard of $2 a day, and now we caught up. And if that works for China, I think it works for most of the emerging countries.
I like it that both of you mentioned the diversity in APEC, north to south, east to west, and how APEC has that middle ground between BRICS and G7. The name and concept may have changed and evolved over times, from Asia-Pacific Dream to a community with a shared future, but the core stays the same and intact. Talking about this vision of Asia-Pacific Dream, Zun, how do you think this vision can continue to be realized in the next 10 decades? What does it take to realize this vision?
I think I resonate with so much that was just mentioned. First of all, the realization for not only China and the consistency of this message, like you said, whether we call it, specific to the Asia-Pacific region, or is it a community with a shared future for mankind, the vision really is that in the end, for advanced as well as developing or emerging economies, whether we are struggling or thriving. The people-centric aspect is what connects us. And another aspect is that, there was maybe 2.5, 3 decades ago a time when emerging, or at that time we even used the word third world economies, were seen as a burden. Today they are seen as dynamism. So actually the more advanced economies in APEC, whether we talk about APEC or even if we just talk about the G7, their growth, their future, their relevance depends in the medium and long term on how well they can actually invest in the untapped potential of emerging economies.
Great point.
So that's where, really there is a synergy if we look at it from less of an ideological perspective and more of a pragmatic perspective. Then, we have to understand that it unfortunately takes a moment of deep uncertainty. We know that this is just a week after the American presidential election of President Donald Trump. And all that means is that the kind of certainty that perhaps could have been expected had there been a different outcome to that election, maybe the need of these conversations happening between China and other countries, which are really talking about how can we make sure that we are not impacted by a potential shift, a maybe 180-degree shift in U.S. foreign policy. That is something I wish it did not take such uncertainty to have those meaningful conversations, because in the end, pragmatism has to be the way forward, and there has to be a certain prioritization within the region, regardless of uncertainties or a favorable environment, that this should be the key priority. And lastly, I quickly do want to say that, the point you mentioned about sustainability and about technology, we also forget, right now, this vision that if the APEC economies set their agenda, if they prioritize pragmatism, that can be encouraging for the G20, for G7, for growth, for inclusivity and sustainable growth for the next decade or in the decades to come. But that said, we also forget how important technological advancement and the agreement to collectively work on technologies is, because sustainable development was not an option for developing economies a decade ago. Today it is. Since 2017, 2018, so much technology is available, affordable, feasible for emerging economies that was impossible in the past. So we have to think about, we have to be open to the fact that even if some things are not achievable today, if we have the right mindset, we will have those technologies and those perspectives and those access to those resources that we do not today. So we can expect exponential ways forward if there is consensus and pragmatism.
Yeah, a critical juncture in time as world leaders are trying to reflect their past achievements. And as you mentioned, after 10 decades, that's certainly a forward-looking a long time from now. You're watching our special coverage of the APEC meeting underway in Lima, Peru. We'll be back right after this.
As one of the soundest economies in Latin America, today Peru looks forward with optimism to a future where businesses and people work for prosperity in our region. Welcome to the APEC CEO Summit Peru 2024. People, business, prosperity.
As the APEC economic leaders meeting unfolds, global attention turns once more to economic collaboration and sustainable growth across the Asia-Pacific. Let's now take a closer look at APEC's role and impact.
The Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation is the premier forum for economic collaboration in the Asia-Pacific region, focusing on sustainable growth and shared prosperity. Established in 1989 in Canberra, Australia, with just 12 founding members, APEC now encompasses 21 global economies representing close to 3 billion people and around 60% of global GDP. After being established in 1989, the first APEC economic leaders meeting was initiated in 1993 to provide strategic guidance for regional cooperation. In 2020, APEC adopted the Putrajaya Vision 2040, seeking to create an open and sustainable Asia-Pacific community based on trade and investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Since APEC's inception, growth has soared in the region. Real GDP grew from $19 trillion in 1989 to $52.8 trillion in 2021. Over the same period, APEC also reduced average regional tariffs down to 5.3%, boosted regional trade, and lifted millions of people out of poverty. Since joining APEC in 1991, China has played a crucial role, notably leading the Beijing roadmap for APEC regional trade agreements in 2014, which helped advance trade liberalization. China's Belt and Road Initiative also complements APEC's connectivity goals and enhances regional economic growth. In 2022, China's trade with APEC members exceeded $3.7 trillion, accounting for nearly 60% of China's total trade. China is the largest trading partner of 13 APEC economies. APEC economies also serve as the key investment sources for China. Half of the nation's top 10 overseas direct investment sources and outbound FDI destinations are APEC members. China also supports APEC's sustainable development goals. As the world's largest renewable energy market, China assists developing countries in energy transformation and leads environmental negotiations to foster more eco-friendly trade in the region.
APEC has also underscored the region's role in driving global growth with a major focus on inclusive economic cooperation. As one of the largest economies in the bloc, China has strengthened ties with Latin America through trade, investment, and high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. We got more details from CGTN's Zhao Yunfei.
As the 2024 APEC gathering commences in Lima, the capital city of Peru is preparing for the event that calls for an inclusive economic cooperation. Here at the media center, booths promoting new technologies and sustainable development are set up. Organizers say Peru is seeking opportunities to connect the largest markets and insert Peruvian companies in regional and global value chains. In an opinion article posted on CGTN, Peru's ambassador to China, Macro Balaroso, wrote that over 70% of Peruvian companies exporting to APEC being micro and small enterprises, and that the Asia-Pacific provides a critical region of opportunities and incorporation in the regional and global supply chains. China is Latin America's second largest trading partner and the top trading partner for many countries in the region. It has signed free trade agreement with 5 Latin American countries and established high-quality Belt and Road cooperation with 22 Latin American countries. The cooperation has grown beyond traditional areas like trade, finance, and infrastructure to include newer fields such as energy, the digital economy, and aerospace. Since it started over 30 years ago, APEC has turned into a powerful driver of economic growth and one of the most important forums in the Asia-Pacific region. With 21 member economies, APEC represents around 62% of the world's GDP and nearly half of global trade. APEC is the first regional economic cooperation organization that China has joined. That was back in 1991. Experts believe China has accelerated the pace of opening up through APEC cooperation and has provided huge opportunities for economic and trade development in the Asia-Pacific region. China says the Asia-Pacific region is driving global growth as a powerful engine, and APEC is a platform for economic cooperation. Zhao Yunfei, CGTN, Lima.
And CGTN also spoke to Ding Jie, director of the Center for International Relations at the Academy of Contemporary China and World Studies. She believes APEC plays a crucial role in boosting economic stability in the Asia-Pacific region.
In a world marked by economic uncertainties and geopolitical tensions, APEC's role as a platform for dialogue and cooperation is more critical than ever. APEC can position itself as a force for good by championing policies that promote stability, sustainable development, and inclusive growth. By encouraging member economies to prioritize free and fair trade, invest in green energy solutions, and enhance cross-border digital collaboration, APEC can help address some of the underlying causes by economic instability. Furthermore, APEC's commitment to multilateralism and consensus building can serve as a model for global governance, fostering trust and cooperation even amid differences. As we navigate these complex times, APEC's emphasis on inclusivity and connectivity can lay the foundation for a more resilient and harmonious international community.
And now let's get some more analysis with our guests here. So let's get your thoughts soon first. How can APEC, as a framework, as this grouping with wide representation, facilitate the integration of emerging markets into the global economy?
Well, I think a big aspect of that is obviously that this is a year-round dialogue mechanism. Right. I mean, APEC, as was also mentioned by some of the experts from APEC economies, they said that the reason APEC really work and has a lot of potential is also because it is creating platforms, on the governmental level, on the level of, strategic cooperation in terms of economy, trade, investment, but also academic collaborations to make sure that we really have a space in which the needs and requirements of different economies, regardless of what end of the spectrum or what part of the spectrum they belong to, are actually included. So I think APEC does provide that kind of platform because it is consensus-based in terms of helping generate consensus on topics, whether we talk about climate change, whether we talk about green energy, sustainability, whether we talk about the fact that, again, some of the economies within the region are lagging much further behind, and they have needs to integrate within their specific regions and the APEC regions at large. I think that the fact that APEC can create that year-round space to facilitate those conversations, to make sure that the priorities of member economies are always at the forefront, can play a major role. So I think that definitely does factor in the consistency of conversation.
Professor Chu, if we take stock of when APEC was first established, one of its major mandates was about regional economic integration. What does that mean? If you break down that, trade facilitation is a huge aspect of economic integration. How does APEC leverage trade agreements like CPTPP and RCEP to enhance regional economic integration?
Well, just actually, APEC, well, just as soon as you mentioned, is based on the dialogue. But trust me, this is just not to talk the talk, but also walk the walk. APEC probably, among all these multilateral organizations, well, this is probably one of the most effective ones. They made a lot of things actually happen. Just take a look at the G20. Nothing happens, concretely happened, under G20, especially under the theme of economy and trade. But APEC actually do that. Well, I think 10 years ago, even 20 years ago, when they're traveling around China and ASEAN nations, we know that APEC actually have a special channel. They can actually make the things happen. If you have an APEC card, you can do whatever you can around these partner countries and do your businesses. This is the first thing I observed about APEC. I wish I can have an APEC card so I can do, businesses
it's like a passport.
Oh yeah, it's like a passport. Very, very effective. So make things happen. And also, in recent years, I think, just as Zhongshu has mentioned, lots of multilateral trade agreement built on the spirit of the WTO. Well, I think APEC probably is the only one right now really been devoted to the spirit of the WTO, rule-based, respect the negotiation, respect the rules, and this is very important. And based on that, we have the CPTPP as well as the RCEP. And for the RCEP, I think, China recently has showed with its partner in ASEAN nations in South Asia and Eastern Asia, showed great progress. For example, every year we've been looking at more than double-digit growth happening with very low tariffs and boosting all the trade among each other, especially if you remembered we had the COVID just a few years ago and the whole world economy actually slowed down. But Eastern Asian, especially the RCEP nations, actually been using this special, agreement and arrangement and a boosted global economy and saved the global, value chain and the supply chain. So still, when most of the nations are suspending of the supply chain, and this part of the world is still functioning. Can you imagine how important that we can actually ship the vaccines to every nation? We can ship the toys still on time in the holidays and the Christmas and Hanukkah, and we can actually deliver the food actually to the places where been needed still, where hunger happening. So this is not only about economy. This is pure politics. This is about the stability of the whole world. Letting alone talking about Sorry, yeah, it's not very catchy. CPTPP is not very catchy. Well, but this organization is actually very arrangement, also serves as a very important powerhouse, as well as, very effective the oil to serve the cog of the whole world trade machines. So we see this is happening, and more are happening after that. So this is, I think, the beauty of the APEC, even though it's informal, but many handshakes are happening behind the doors. Many handshakes or many commitments are made, not between two governments, three governments, four governments, but delivered between two friends, three friends. They promise this. They want to have the well-being for their people, and they get it done through the APEC, through many of this kind of mechanism under the APEC. So I think that's a reason why the leaders of us really paid attention to it, and they want to make more of the commitment and deliver more of the promises this time.
You mentioned the effectiveness of APEC and also the informality of this grouping, which means that the agreements made here at the meetings are non-binding. So what are some of the ways to really come up with the agreement and have the member economies see it through in the implementation process?
I think, obviously, firstly, I'll extend what you were just talking about, because it's fascinating that APEC continues to be one of those platforms where, despite countries who maybe at times in different spaces have more political agendas or more ideological agendas, realize that when they step into an APEC summit or an APEC meeting, we have to talk business. We have to talk practical cooperation. And is it the non-binding nature? Is it the consistency of conversation? Is it for some reason, maybe ASEAN and other economies have already decided that they're going to remain economic, pragmatic? You said it's political, but it's also apolitical in a way that a political agenda does not dominate the cooperation within the APEC region, right? So it is a political decision to depoliticize this platform. And it's fascinating and unfortunate that the very same countries, like you said, maybe in the G20 or maybe in other meetings, will have a different perspective. So there is something about APEC, which I think we need to maybe study further. How is it that it is the same countries, but somehow the mechanisms are encouraging practical ways forward? Coming to your question, how do we ensure? I think the fact that APEC is just so significant, the outcomes, billions and billions of dollars of investments are coming into countries. All major businesses in the world, enterprises are interested. They want to be present. It's not that APEC wants to attract the world, which is something we see in many platforms in the world that are still emerging. They want to attract global attention. But APEC is automatically where every major organization, enterprise, business leader wants to be. APEC is visible, and APEC results in visibility. Based on that, I think just the fact that it is such a significant platform and the world is watching, multilateral platforms are there to enable trust, right? I think there is a big incentive for member countries, if they want to remain part of this dynamic community that again represents half of the world's trade, growth, diversity, is being watched by the world, they would rather maybe respect the agreements. It doesn't need to be binding. It is about their reputation and the degree to which other member countries can trust them, and they can be seen as, active and conducive partners or members of this multilateral. That I think that encourages, APEC's significance encourages in a way maybe deeper commitment of member countries.
It's fascinating that you brought up this very issue of trust. And we know that APEC drew its initial inspiration from ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, which really demonstrated the feasibility and the value of having this annual gathering involving developed and developed nations. So does this philosophy or this kind of wisdom apply to other frameworks globally? Professor Chu.
Well, I do think so, because everybody realizes this is kind of actually a beauty of it, and more so. I agree with Zoom very much. Currently, I think the identity politics becomes a problem, not only in politics, but also in the global trade. Well, before you want to do anything else, first pick a side. Which side do you believe? Would you belong to? And then we can sit and talk about other issues. But I think the very idea, the spirit of the ASEAN and also the APEC they founded is based on the idea. We don't want to talk about sensitive issues. We don't want to choose side. We just want to do businesses and develop trade and increase people's livelihood and the well-being of our nation and our people. And that's it. Can we just simply do that? Well, I think in the very beginning of this founding, this kind of a little bit luxury. But as we grow and grow and grow, and especially the South nation become a major force in APEC nations, in G20s, when our GDP accounted for about 1/3, about more than 25%, and even closing to 40% in both of these kind of organizations. Actually, the power of peace, the force of peaceful development keep on growing. And especially when China have a bigger voice representing the South nations in here. And we started to have one trend, that is, you don't need to choose side. We are all peaceful nations. Most of us are peaceful nations. We don't want to choose side. We want to develop our economy and improve our living standard of our people. Can we just do that? And more countries see this is a good idea and we want to join that initiative, and let's do this. So more and more organizations, for example, the G20, well, you probably wouldn't believe it, but G20 in the past 3 years actually are showing the trend, especially when, America tried to quit this group and when Russia, have, some of the other issues to attend to. So more and more responsibility goes to China. So take a look at these 2024, APEC and what later coming in the G20 2024. China is probably will have most of the role to play. And when China, a major nation standing for the peaceful development, and I think probably this theme of the development in all these multiple, development organizations like APEC, like G20, and others, and like the BRICS we just saw, has become, representative of peaceful development. So as you just mentioned, just answering your question, yes, it is, because South nation is on the rise, and more country and more people are getting sick and tired of these identity politics. We don't want to choose side. We don't want to be, get string attached. We don't want to be, tied to any kinds of the wagons. We just want to be ourselves, peaceful, respecting each other, respecting diversity, and we just want to do trade. That's it. So this is what we get, 2024 APEC and later G20.
If we have a moment, I'd like to quickly just extend. I mean, even the Empower, Include, Grow recognizes that diversity is the basic reality. And to be inclusive, not just tolerant, but actually embracing that diversity within APEC, within definitely overall the Global South, is something. Think about Latin American countries as a whole, and think about the Asia Pacific region, now the ASEAN. These are regions that suffered the most during the Cold War, or this mindset that countries somehow need to pick sides. And that narrative, which is somehow saying like-minded countries versus the others, which is coming unfortunately from sometimes from Washington, right? More often than not, and from other economies, it does not resonate with the majority of APEC, with the majority of the world. So I'll let you, but that's a very important point, the rise of the Global South nations and the rise of the relevance of their point of view. When it comes to multilateral cooperation, why should we pick sides? There are infinite sides, actually. Every country has multiple sides. It's so simplistic to think of it in black and white.
Recognizing and respecting each member as it is.
Yeah, and shifting away really from bloc mentality and bloc confrontation to embracing the idea of a community with a shared future for mankind. Guys, thank you. Do stay with us here on our special coverage. Now, since the free trade agreement between China and Peru signed in 2009, the value of Peruvian agricultural products exported to China jumped by 18 times. Chinese consumers are finding more Peruvian agricultural products on their dining tables. And CGTN reporter Chen Tong takes a closer look.
November is the season for Peruvian blueberries to be harvested. After some 50 days of shipping, boxes of Peruvian blueberries are ready to be taken home by Chinese consumers.
Behind me, 7,800 boxes of Peruvian blueberries have just arrived at the Shanghai port, and they are here waiting to be delivered into the production line for repackaging.
And their next destination, the city's supermarkets.
I boat once every 2 or 3 days. My kids and my parents like them.
My wife and I each eat at least 1 box of blueberries every day.
What's special about a Peruvian blueberry is its size. As you can see, it's nearly as large as a cherry. And it's very sweet.
We saw different types of blueberries in different times. November is the season for Peruvian blueberries. Sales are pretty good. Nationwide, we can sell 20,000 boxes of blueberries every day.
Blueberry is far from the only agriculture category that has appeared on Chinese people's dining tables. Luis imports Peruvian fruits. He was dispatched from his company from Peru to Shanghai in 2017 to expand the China market. Now his company is able to export 10,000 tons of fruit every year to China.
Blueberry is one category, is the biggest category. But there are also other important fruits like avocados, also grapes. We also do mangoes from Peru.
Last year, the value of Peruvian fruit exports to China saw a staggering year-on-year increase of 13%. And China has been Peru's largest trading partner for 9 consecutive years. Chen Tong, CGTN, Shanghai.
APEC has adapted to the evolving economic landscape by promoting trade liberalization and sustainable development. The organization has also placed a stronger emphasis on digital transformation to ensure all member economies benefit from economic progress. Huang Fei reports from Lima.
With the theme Empower, Include, Grow, APEC 2024 will shape policies impacting nearly 2/3 of the global economy. The APEC Business Advisory Council is urging leaders to prioritize micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Digitization is the key to providing equal access to financing, including venture capital for women and indigenous entrepreneurs.
Our focus is very much on problems that are borderless that need a solution. So the digital economy is a really good example. One of the things we found this year is with AI and blockchain rolling out much more, data centers are a big problem. How do we build more data centers? How do we power them sustainably?
This year, the advisory group has also issued statements supporting the free trade area of the Asia Pacific and the World Trade Organization. A positive stance as the region's 2 largest economies, China and the US, remain in a tariff dispute.
Protectionism is something that we would advocate against. It just simply doesn't allow for a really seamless, resilient economy. We try to work very, very clearly and with urgency to remove all of those impediments so that we can be interoperable, so that we can move seamlessly.
APEC advisors are also calling for more investments in sustainability, an area that China and the US do agree on.
As the region's top trading partner, China will extend cooperation into new areas such as clean energy, digitization, and space. Amid rising global protectionism, Beijing is expected to use this platform to advocate for multilateralism and inclusive growth. Huang Fei, CGTN, Lima, in Peru.
Let's get back to our guests here in the studio. Professor Chi, if we're talking about specific topics under the umbrella of economic integration, what could be some of these topics that warrant this level of attention at APEC? AI governance may be one of them. Digital economy may be one of them, because digital economy really transcends borders. You're going to have all of these emerging economies and catch up, and digital is the way to go. What are your thoughts on some of the specific things that could get this level of attention?
Well, digital economy is absolutely the most important trend of the APEC development. As I just mentioned, this is actually crossing the borders, especially helping the emerging economy. I just did a research with inside of China about how digital economy penetrating into the far most remote area. Used to be poor villages, but right now through the digital economy, e-commerce, and those faraway farmers can actually use live streaming, TikTok streaming to sell their product and get access directly into the global market. For example, there is a very iconic figure called Li Ziqi, a very beautiful young lady living in Sichuan provinces, which is like 1,000 miles away from Beijing, from Shanghai. If 50 years ago, she will definitely have no chance, zero chance to get rich. But right now, he earns 1 million yuan a month, Can you even imagine that? So how can we do that? How even she can do that is because of the e-commerce, digitalization. And I think similar stories are happening around this Asian Pacific regions. For example, what we know is that in Pakistan, there are young bloggers are trying to brand their own villages and their tourism places through the TikToks and online streaming. And also the young people from the Peru, from Chile are trying to sell the fruit through this. And I think under this live streaming platform, what we have another thing is that the logistic network formed by the evolving of this e-commerce. For example, the Temu, or one company, spillover of the PDD, the Pinduoduo of China, as well as the JD Group, as well as AliExpress. They're using their network based on the e-platform to sell all over the place. Actually, selling one box of the goods from Beijing to Sichuan, actually the fee is actually probably equally from Beijing to Lima, not so much more expensive. So they actually make things happening. And what we're talking about AI is even more about that, because e-commerce, on top of that, AI can make more of things happening. For example, right now, well, it's like 10 years ago, talking to people across the border basically is not enough. So if you take a look at the early video by still that example, Miss Li Ziqi, most of her video clips are without any dialogues, just basic silence, just a beautiful lady cooking, selling great cuisine, because she can never speak any of English. It's beyond her capability. But right now she can speak whatever she wants in whatever dialect she can, because AI can translate that immediately, simultaneously, into great English, into great Wood, and into great French and etc. So many things are happening through this empowerment of the digitalization. Actually, back on the point we just made in the beginning of our show, what can actually empower the inclusiveness of development and make people first? Technology. Because the technology, well, sometimes it can be a digital divide, but more they can bridge people together, especially to help the emerging market people to catch up with a frog lip. And this is happening, and we're going to see more of the things happening under the APEC platform and all these umbrellas kind of organizations. And more on that we're going to see, because next year I think the training program under the APEC, we have a training center actually under the APEC, initiated by China, promised to give the scholarship to emerging market people, students, younger students especially, to help them to learn skills, technologies, run and operate the digital platform, e-commerce, AI. Well, personally myself, I have a tough year ahead next year. I have more than 20 applications from the emerging market students to me saying, can I be your student's supervisor too? And I want to go to your university to study. And I am just thousands of Chinese supervisors, one of them, and many around this network. I know similar things are happening in Malaysia, in Pakistan, in Singapore, are happening. So empowerment and the training are happening. Younger generation are growing, and we're going to see more of this wonder and the magical things are happening.
Professor Chu just gave us a perfect example of how digital economy could really transcend boundaries in space and language and culture as well. How could it help in real practice the less developed APEC economies?
I think the examples just given by Professor Chu are actually ideal. I've seen in the last 5 years how parts of my own country, parts of other developing countries, people who were unfortunately non-existent in any kind of narrative, whether the national mainstream media or provincial or local medias, they are now becoming the ambassadors of their cultures to their own countries and the world. And this is bringing financial opportunity to them. It's bringing exposure. It's interesting also that 10 years ago, I remember reading an article about some aid agency that was giving away cell phones to people who had certain diseases in an African country. And they said, well, don't expect these people to tweet or to text about this issue. They will use this for their entertainment. And that was somehow seen as a bad thing. Today, we see that empowering people with technology, with digital access, even you don't need to proactively, they themselves, these young people,
Yes.
they might not even be very educated. They see this as an opportunity. They're storytellers. They want to explore. They want to showcase their lives. They want to make money. I mean, that is a connecting point as well. I think that's a very important and practical example of how, in this particular instance, if we talk about TikTok and AI and how that is, the digital economy and that access, the access to more affordable cell phones and 5G or internet technology, which is also a lot of Chinese investment in many countries, is empowering ordinary people, and that is a big shift. It is also helping us. I think this is something we talk about in multiple conversations when it comes to increasing communication and understanding across cultures. We have more access to what ordinary people like Lisa Chi or a villager in Pakistan or somebody in Peru, what their lives are like. It makes us so much more relatable to each other. So when we talk about the GCI, the Global Civilizations Initiative, I think this kind of access and this kind of openness to each other's perspectives is something that is possible today, which was impossible, unfathomable 10, 15, 20 years ago. So that is a big contribution. And of course, I mean, beyond that, what this is expediting is that countries, these developing countries particularly, see this as a very important opportunity. They are seeking more collaboration with Chinese investors in particular. There are so many meetings that have recently happened where President Xi and the Chinese government basically has announced multiple scholarships and opportunities to train young people to be more digitally advanced, to help governments, local governments also modernize and become more effective, cut costs and have better structures of governance. And at the same time, if this is a natural trend happening in parts of these developing countries, what can the local governments do to capitalize better and to expedite these trends, to improve their economic growth? I mean, this is an important aspect. So I think, there is no doubt. We say that we need to be wary of AI, we need to be wary of technology, but at the same time, it's opening spaces and opportunities that were incomprehensible. And how we manage them is something that can also be a very important part of the conversations at APEC this year.
It could certainly open up a whole new world for those tech-savvy and aspirational youths. So with advanced mobile networks, as Jun just mentioned, enabling innovative applications, digitalization has sped up social and economic development. Xu Yimeng tells us how the Asia-Pacific region has harnessed digital transformation.
Over the years, the Asia-Pacific region has accelerated its digitalization efforts, sharing numerous digital opportunities for the future. With rapid advancements and increasing demand for cloud-based services, the overall data center market in Asia and the Pacific is projected to reach $28 billion by 2024. This rising demand primarily stems from global cloud providers, social media and e-commerce platforms, video streaming services, and banking institutions, all of which require robust infrastructure and data networks. The Internet of Things, which connects devices through sensing, automation, and cloud computing, is expected to grow from 13 billion connections in 2022 to over 35 billion by 2028, particularly driven by developments in Asia and the Pacific. Meanwhile, the mobile industry continues to support rapid digital transformation in the region, with advanced mobile networks facilitating innovative applications for both consumers and businesses. According to GSMA, the economic impact of mobile technology in the Asia-Pacific region is projected to be more significant by 2030, with an anticipated growth of 15%, surpassing the average global growth of 12%. The growth is largely attributed to the faster penetration of 5G technology in this region towards the end of the decade. By 2030, mobile technology's contribution to the economy is expected to reach approximately $1 trillion in Asia-Pacific, up from $880 billion in 2023.
And our conversation continues with our guests here in the studio. I really love how we're drawing this comparison between what would have been impossible 10 years ago and what is totally now possible in everyday life at this time and age. I'm surprised Zhu knows so much about Li Ziqi, for example, and that's the
Who
power.
actually disappeared from the internet for a couple of years, and she just made a comeback.
From a hiatus, and that is the power of digital connections. But when we talk about digital economy, cooperation between China and other countries, what does that cooperation encompass? What do less developed, less technology-savvy countries need from China, Professor Chu? When we talk about everybody wants to have digital economy cooperation with China, what could they possibly learn from China's success and China's experience in developing digital economy?
Well, I think China's experience is that to make digitalization, digital infrastructure as an inclusive public service products to everyone. We do not charge expensive fees. We actually are helping every villager. For example, in China, if you go to any village, if you go to any remote area, trust me, you can get a full signal. That's just because we think this is a right deserved by everyone. We want to include everybody into this, feasible network of the data, of the signals, so that everybody can be connected. Like we just mentioned, I've been doing the poverty reduction business in China for more than 14 years. And since day one I entered the organization of the Poverty and Reduction Office in China, they tell me, we believe if you want to get rich, you have to pave the road, because without any road, you cannot sell out all kinds of product. You cannot introduce in the talents. You cannot have the capitals into those villages. And then after 10 years, after 5 or 8 or 10 years, and they say, okay, we have two definitions of roads. One is with the concrete, and another one is roads with data. Now it's a data era. And with the telephone, with the internet, and they can brand their own product. They have their tourism name out there. And this is happening. And also back to the Jones' question, are they benefiting the surrounding nations? Yes, for sure. China have a lot of the cooperation programs, and personally, I've been part with many of them surrounding the ASEAN nations to start with. For example, we have the programs in Laos, in Myanmar, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, and all these programs have one feature, that is to empower people, to include more of the grassroots people into this program. For example, in Malaysia and in Indonesia, we have one program called the Bambang LSC. What does that even mean? It means one village, one product. We help them to do what they're best at. For example, this village is very good at planting the coconut, and then we help them to brand them out, the process, and make it into the beverages, and then use the internet to sell them, to have the influencers to do all these kind of the outreach campaigns for them. And it turns out to be very good. And we have this experience in China before, and also in Laos, we have the similar things to outreach their tourism. And even in Myanmar, everybody knows they're still in, kind of the regional conflicts and the wars domestically. And still we have the domestic agriculture, supporting program to use the internet, to use the data program to teach the farmers scattered in all kinds of mountainous areas how to plant the tropical, crops. And they can get enough of the harvest to feed their children even among the wars. So this is actually very important. It shows that we care about the people, and the technology help us to do so. And I think more and more things are doing so, because we're planning to have some more of these kind of digital industrial park in Mexico. We're talking about it among Beijing City and also Mexico cities. We're going to build a very modernized industrial park. Similar things are happening with Colombia. We've already seen the representative of the trade from Colombia, and they want to do it as well. And many countries is coming after that. So we're going to see more things happen.
All right, let's take a look at these pictures coming in from Lima, Peru. The Chinese president arriving for the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. He was just shaking hands with the host, Peruvian President Boluarte.
Those were live pictures from Lima, where the leaders of the APEC member economies are arriving for this leaders meeting. And of course, we'll be following the proceedings there very closely, followed by a family photo at the conclusion of the event.
Yeah, what we can expect later in the day is that leaders from each APEC economy will be speaking, and then there will be the closing remarks from the host nation, followed by a family photo. And our correspondent was just talking about how she loves the idea of family because that indicates consensus, that indicates a shared goal, and that indicates a lot like what we were discussing earlier, the continuation of the Asia-Pacific dream there. We're monitoring all of this for you right here on CGTN. Make sure you stay with us here. In the meantime, we were talking with our guests about specific examples where digital economy can change lives and livelihoods on the ground. Zun, do you have anything else to share with us?
Absolutely. I mean, I think this was so, it's very important. I mean, some of the points that you've brought up. I also want to add, connecting what Professor Chu was discussing, the perspective on what it means to develop, what it means to prioritize poverty alleviation, the fact that it isn't a cost, but it's actually empowering people to become active participants and contributors to your growth and economy is something that China has done very successfully. I can tell you that, back, let's say when I was studying development economics, I think many of us had a relatively Western curriculum when we studied economics in our undergraduate. We would not think about opportunity creation, but it was really about, allowing people to survive in many cases. And a lot of the models that developing countries were following were simply not working because they were not empowering. Another fascinating example is a very known think tank, American think tank, was just 2 years ago, put a picture up of the Chinese Gautier fast train system and saying that actually all of this is going in a loss, without realizing what kind of economic opportunity, movement of resources, and so much more that fast train system network is actually enabling. And similarly, I mean, like you said, if you go to a small Chinese village, it is a right, and it is a right for people to have access to this kind of technology, resources, also to roads, but also to digital infrastructure, because as a consequence, what they contribute is something that is, again, enabling the entire country's movement forward. So that perspective now that, we can think of poverty alleviation, not in a way that it's a cost for our, federal budget, but actually this is going to enable a small village. Let's find out what is their expertise, what can they, let's think of value addition. How can we perhaps look at a similar Chinese example? The 5, 6, 7 years from now have been a critical example, critical for developing countries to learn from Chinese poverty alleviation, rural revitalization efforts. So what are developing countries looking for from China, apart from digital investments and making their governments more efficient? Of course, we know that this is the small and beautiful project era of the Belt and Road Initiative. It is also partially about looking at specific examples. How can we develop consistently more, let's say, evenly within our countries? How can we support the SDG agenda in a way that is good for the future of our people and enabling us to be more stable and more enterprising as countries as well? So there's a lot that developing countries have learned in the last decade or so of the BRI. There's a lot of conversation happening. Every time, for example, the Pakistani Prime Minister was here earlier this year, and his aim was the same. We want tens of thousands of Pakistanis to be trained by Chinese technical and vocational education training institutes. We want to be able to see how we can give better access to technological improvement to our youth and see how then they can be sources of revenue for the country. We want to see how we can be more efficient in terms of governance from the Chinese, let's say trainings, technology transfer, everything, to be able to have systems that are safer, make our cities safer, and cut the bulk of bureaucracy, which is, again, eating up on the limited budgets that developing countries already have. And agriculture, again, is a very important aspect. Modern agriculture, value addition, all of this is, what China is contributing really right now is not only perspective, but also resources and a multilateral kind of a situation where countries can discuss with each other. So for one example that I have is we have this 1+1+1 rural revitalization project by a Chinese university. This is funded by a Chinese organization, which it takes one Chinese village, one village in Africa, and one in another global south country, and let's do a case study on how we can see similarities and how the African and other global south country can exchange views and have a practical solution for the economic challenge that they're facing. So this is the kind of, enabling of discussions and policy efforts, and also empowering young students who are by the bulk, coming to China. Chinese young people are now open to the world. Think about 10 years ago, how many young Chinese thought about, I see a career in Peru or in another developing country. Those opportunities are also opening up. So there's a lot. I think now developing countries, when they think our way forward, what all we need, they can have open discussions with their Chinese counterparts. If they have a plan, let's say there's a port they want to develop, let's say there are certain technologies they're interested in. If they have a concrete plan, I think they definitely see a constructive way forward with the Chinese. And that is unlike what other traditional advanced economies have been contributing. So, the fact that we are living in a time when China is not only for APEC, but globally, the country for especially developing countries to look up to, what is achievable, how to change their perspective, and how to think, we need to research our own situations. We cannot copy paste a model, a way of doing things. We cannot even copy paste what China has done. This is a very important message as well, which again speaks diversity and inclusivity. And the fact that no country is destined to be underdeveloped. Every country has the capacity to be advanced. I think it's a big change we're seeing.
I think Jun's analysis really very well illustrates the idea, the very concept of connectivity. It's way more than infrastructure, roads and bridges, and of course it's about the connectivity of talent, for example, of experiences, of views, and of hearts and minds. For example, comparing and connecting the different experiences from one of the Chinese villages to the one in Africa. A great example of how people could get their messages across with greater communication and this very idea of connectivity.
I think what Jun said really struck a note with me, that no one is destined for poverty or for underdevelopment. Now, more than any time in the past, you have the means, you have the support, you have the cooperation potential to change whatever is the situation in your own country. Now, speaking of that, all of that hinges on one thing, and that is consensus. Consensus on which APEC has been evolving and developing since 1989. But the question really is that consensus under threat now? Because the recurring message we're hearing from all of these leaders is that the uncertainties are threatening us, the economic disruptions, the protectionist policies from certain countries, all of these undermining this consensus that has been the backbone of APEC since 1989. Professor Qu, your take on the challenges, including whether this consensus stays intact within the APEC community?
Well, that's one thing for sure is protectionism. We know Biden is just taking his the last few days of the office. And next administration probably don't care so much about APEC. Well, he will ask a question. Will APEC make America first? If not, we probably wouldn't care about APEC in the first place. This probably be the answer. And other major economies probably can't tangle with so many of the domestic issues. Well, let's say European Union. Well, Germany used to be a very important, participate in passing all these kind of multilateral, initiative and mechanisms. But right now, I think the domestic politics and economy can be a troubling sign about all these things. And talking about even within the ASEAN nations, sometimes I don't think the voices always coincide with each other. And also for Latin America, they strongly supported APEC mechanism, same like ASEAN nations. But I think among the different Latin American nations, they also have very different development paths. For example, Chile and Peru, they do not have very similar growth paths, as well as Brazil. Brazil doesn't have a very similar growth paths. So I think everybody will have a different opinion, will have a different philosophy of their own development. I think it's totally normal. But the thing is, can we just overcome the protectionism? Especially when the big guys in the room are saying, okay, I'm going to be myself first. And then how can we do? Should we follow suit, or can we find another way, like we can combine with each other, we find a peaceful coexistence and a common development way with each other? I think this is very important. And I think many other things we probably are not on the same page as well. For example, the green development. We know even among the emerging markets, there are several types of it. For example, the country with raw material resources, and the countries are so not so privileged to get access to it. Some countries say, okay, in my country, the oil is cheaper than the water. Why should we abandon this cheap resources and grow green? Why should we, give up these rights before we get rich, and then we need to, take other countries' IP and technology and go on another track when we can get rich on our own way? But some other countries say, okay, we need to go green because the high oil prices and gas prices are killing us. Go to Sri Lanka, you take a look, the long queue outside the gas station. They have all the rights to say so, right? So I think we need to overcome this with the consensus. This is very important.
Yeah, of course, while the green development and the climate goals are being discussed at the ongoing COP29 meeting in Baku, Azerbaijan. And as we mentioned just now, the incoming Trump administration has shown limited interest in climate commitment, and it's very likely that they're going to pull back from the previous agreements made at these goals, but we'll certainly keep following all the latest developments for you from the ongoing APEC meetings taking place in Lima.
All right, for now, we'd like to wrap things up on our special coverage of the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting on Dongshi.
I'm Wang Mengmang. Thanks for watching, and stay with us for more as we cover Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to Latin America.
In the dusty heart of Senegal, a sport is practiced that embodies the spirit and resilience of this country's people. This is a journey into the fascinating world of Lamb, Senegalese wrestling, where legends are made and history is written.
waaw man la Oumar Seck ñu may woowee ci làmb Ngalla Déranger dëkk Médina nekk lutteur waaw parce que yàgg nañ ci làmb ji tamit te ba ñu nekk xale lañ ko bëgg. waa Ngalla bi moom daanaka suñu tur la bokk mais Déranger bi ba ñu nekk xale la ñu ko tuddee.
Omar Seck is a rising wrestling star in Senegal. At the weekend, he'll be competing at the National Wrestling Arena. This is the place where every Senegalese wrestler dreams of showing off their talent. Omar is training hard.
waaw man su ma yeewoo damay taal sama moto dem géej dem entraînement fajar bi def ay entraînement. su ma ñibbisee noppaliku ngoon gi ma dem salle su ma demee salle musculation def ay séance d'entraînement su ma ñibbisee ñëw dalluwaat dem école def ay contact waaw parce que làmb bu ñuy contact dañuy ñëw échauffement ñu échauffement wee des fois dañuy jàppante def ay technique ci biir jàppante bi am na mbot am na cabaxal des fois nga jël tànk bëtt des fois nga woo nomb des fois nga prise manuel des fois nga yenu mooy cabaxal sama adversaire damay daw bal la si kaw cabaxal la sama tànk cabaxal la nga daan. waaw xam nga làmb nekk nañ xale yaa ko bëgg di si foowantu doon bëre dem géej di foowantu des fois ñu tegal ñu xaalis si koñ bi tournoi nga bëre mais bañ demee ba bëgg see dugg moom dañoo dem ba toog ba benn instant xam ne majeur nañ te làmb ji li koy maye ñun ñu ngi si quoi am nañ doole nekk nañ xale ñu ne xaa ñu dugg si làmb entraînement waaw parce que maa ngi dugg si làmb 2019 laa dugg si làmb après si laa commencé di bëre mbapat balaa at bi di jeex ma am sama combat premier combat arène si laa disputé sama premier combat arène.
2018 marked the milestone in the history of Senegalese wrestling. The National Wrestling Arena, funded and built by China, opened its doors. With more than 20,000 seats, it's the country's first modern, large-scale wrestling arena.
当时习近平主席和萨勒总统就是在这个地方参加的交接仪式。我们能够看到那里钢结构跨度很大、很高，是我们建设过程中最困难的一部分。2016年开始清理地表工作，2017年我们开始整个主体的建设工作。为了把三内角竞技摔跤场建设好，我们用了800个中国人。
In addition, the project is estimated to have created more than 3,000 jobs locally.
Arène nationale li mu dimbalee làmb dañ koy yàgg a jooy Sénégalais yëpp ko yàgg a jooy arène nationale yàlla dogal ñu am ko ci président Macky Sall di ko ci remercier am na lu mu dooleel lu bari sax ndaxte arène nationale man amoon naa benn objectif boo xam ne arène nationale bi waroon nañu def chaque grand combat ñu fay tëgg mais petit combat yi ñuy bàyyi ñu koy tëgg ci stade bi.
Before a competition, they hold a special ceremony. Senegalese wrestling has its origins in ancient rituals and ceremonies. In its early days, it was a way of settling disputes and showcasing one's physical prowess. With time, it incorporated elements of spirituality and cultural tradition.
Lamb dafa nekk loo xamante ne suñu cosaan la parce que dañoo judd fekk suñu maam yi di ko def te cosaan boo xamante ne day wane suñu aada wane suñu culture te loo xamante ne tey jii sport Sénégal la mooy suñu sport national te lamb bëri nañu siy bénéficié wu parce que boo xoolee lamb boo si nekkee jaaykat yi dañ siy bénéficié wu policiers yi. waaw arène nationale nekk na stade boo xamante ne stade lamb la quoi parce que dañ ko defar ndax lamb te nekk na stade boo xamante ne maanaam. ni nga ko tabaxee sax dafa baax parce que am na suuf bu njëkkaan da ngay dem stade di glisser mais arène nationale suuf si dafa bëri boo fay bëree doo glisser defar bi baax na parce que man bëri naa fa 2 combats def naa arène nationale 2 combats bëri naa fa 2 combats.
Omar wins the competition. In the past 4 years, he's developed into one of the country's top wrestlers, with potential earnings amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wrestling is a way out of poverty for those who make it.
Parce que c'est ma bëgg-bëgg moo tax ma sonn. Je commence là où Isabelle a terminé. Bu mer di am man maa war a mer ndax dama ni daan 10 heures man ak yéen ñooy yegg si yàlla si sànni normalement fii laa leen war a fekk yëpp ngeen pare 10 heures ñu commencé séance est-ce que mos ngeen a ma gis ma mer waaye ku ñu wax lii donc bu ñu fi ñëwee ngeen war a mer ngeen dem toog seen kër ngeen mer ak seen mer bi seen kër ku fi mer ak dama koy nokk que ça soit clair pour tout le monde ku ma wax dara defal nii bu bañ dama koy nokk man je n'ai pas négocié maintenant la négociation est terminée j'ai négocié avec bu ñu war a sonn bu ñu demee ba am médaille coono bi yëpp dañ koy fàtte waaye yéen pour yéen ñeen rek a sonn ku ñu ne kaay mu xëcc gëmiñ bi ba mu yegg massage ku ñu ne lii la mu nga xëcc tur bi ba mu yegg. man maa ngi tudd Evelyne Diatta Ziguinchor laa juddoo Dakar laay liggéey man sama liggéey jàngalekat laa waaye en même temps entraîneur équipe nationale bu jigéen bu Sénégal laa man maay entraîner xale yu jigéen yi.
The arena serves as the national wrestling team's training base. Among the champions Evelyn has trained is Isabel, a legend in Senegal. In 2015, the World Wrestling Association crowned her African Wrestler of the Decade.
ci bëri olympique bi si la nekkee champion d'Afrique 9 fois une fois champion du monde beach wrestling et 5e mondial Jeux olympiques donc man maay Isabelle nekkoon na porte-drapeau Jeux olympiques Rio 2016.
par rapport ak li ma war a def ci moom ma def ko donc c'était réciproque. ma koy entraîné maa ko yóbbu sa Londres les JO de 2012 man maa ko gunge woon Londres elle était classée 5e et je suis très heureuse ma am koo xam ne man bàyyi naa moom mu continuer ba dépasser man sama niveau bi ma amoon.
dégg bi nee na bu baax. bravo bravo bravo.
on tonton nga kay ndekki. Janjang on tonton nga ba ndekki. on tonton nga ba
ndekki bi dafa riche de. nga ne doo ko am na nen. soo la bàyyi ma may leen nen. ma may leen na may leen nen bi ngeen leen.
damay kontaan carrément ma xam ne dina te am ndam parce que lu ma gis bu muy sëgg pour bële suma xel bi dem na ba man te suma bopp fu ma sësoon bu jëkk ba.
Since retiring from international competition, Isabel has focused on giving back to her community. Now based at this training center in the arena, she's coaching the next generation of wrestlers, concentrating on girls aged 8 and above. However, doing this scarcely earns her enough to support herself.
léegi nag athlète boobu dafa bàyyi léegi mu nekk coach muy jàngale xale yi pour ñoom tamit bu ëllëgee mu mun a am deuxième Isabelle Sambou, troisième Isabelle Sambou, ainsi de suite.
1 2 laa wax su ma jàppee 1 ma ñëw 2.
stade bi lu mu dimbalee mooy stade bi dafa ñu dimbale parce que stade bi dañ ko tabax uniquement pour lamb loolu moo tax mu dimbali ñu dafa doon bijou laa mun a wax bijou la doon si axu lamb.
yàgg nañu jooy arène nationale yàlla def ba ñu tabaxal ñu arène amal nañu njëriñ lool parce que bu njëkk ba man bi may def lutte Thiès lañ doon defee suñu regroupement yi yëpp Thiès mais bu ñu tabaxee arène di ba tey bu ñu ubbee bunt yi fii la ñuy entraîné woo.
Among the stars of the future being nurtured at the National Wrestling Arena is Marie.
Di kontaan deh bilin ko di saber parce que di campagne ni hindi bilang non don buko parce que buko competire ko baje si médaille d'or ye mi nyadi fanya ni hindi lang ko ji modi ka ko ngolom ko je kom di kata ko ngolom ni ka da
te loolu la ñuy xaar si sport lépp lu ñuy xaar si sport gis naa ko si donc loolu laay ñaan yàlla may ñu rek Mama Marie ñëw raw ñëpp mu ñëw indi Sénégal médaille olympique.
Brazil, the largest developing country in South America, with one of the continent's biggest gaps between rich and poor. The Malay neighborhood contains 17 shanty towns. It's Rio's largest favela area, home to 140,000 low-income residents.
Tenho 23 anos e nasci e fui criado na favela da Maré. Então, eu fui uma criança, assim, como qualquer outra na Maré, que tinha muito tempo livre, nenhum caminho para seguir. Meu caminho era sair da escola, jogar bola, jogar flipper, jogar bolinha de gude, peão, soltar pipa. Sempre fui exposto, né? A Maré é uma das favelas mais violentas do Rio de Janeiro, né? Que por sua vez não é uma cidade também muito tranquila. Você está exposto a tudo, né? E a violência ela tá ali na rua. Se você está na rua, você está exposto a ela automaticamente. Quando o projeto entrou, né, na minha vida com 10, 11 anos, se fez um movimento muito relevante na minha história, assim, como pessoa, como profissional, que foi o movimento de sair das ruas, assim.
The number of impoverished people living in Brazil's major cities stands at 20 million. This figure represents 23.7% of their total population. The Maré do Amanhã Orchestra organizes music workshops for students at public schools. It's part of an educational program to get youth from low-income backgrounds interested in music.
O período clássico é o período que talvez tenha sido mais importante na história da música, tanto que erroneamente até hoje, quando a gente se refere à música de concerto, a gente fala que é a música clássica. Eu queria perguntar se aqui tem duas pessoas que gostariam de vir aqui para mostrar o papel do regente. Eu começo, você continua, tá bom? Ó, você tá caído. Eles estão na sua mão. Uhul! Agradece. Agradece. Meu pai era maestro Armando Prazeres. E o que ele sempre gostou de fazer na vida foi ensinar música. Então ele usava a orquestra para despertar na garotada, nos adolescentes, o gosto pela música. Esse era o grande sonho dele.
Armando Prazeres was a celebrated conductor. He served as music director for several of Brazil's leading orchestras. He was the winner of multiple international and national awards.
Tudo que eu aprendi, tudo que eu falo aqui, tudo que eu vivo em cima de um palco com a orquestra, foi com ele que eu aprendi. Quando ele me falou que essa orquestra tinha como finalidade levar música às favelas, isso me chamou a atenção. E aí eu larguei a minha carreira, larguei a minha profissão e fui trabalhar com ele.
The Malay do Amania Orchestra was founded in 2010 with 24 children from the Malay favela.
Um trabalho difícil, né? No início a gente não tinha dinheiro. A gente conseguiu a doação de um mecenas da época que eu trabalhava na Orquestra Pro Música, um cara que tinha dinheiro, que gostava do trabalho do meu pai, que doou pra gente todos os instrumentos. A orquestra fez um lindo concerto em Petrópolis no final de 2010. E, inexplicavelmente, o patrocinador retirou o patrocínio. E uma pessoa, um anjo de Deus, uma alma santa, nos colocou em contato com a State Grid. E a nossa ajuda veio do outro lado do planeta. Eles bancaram o projeto, a orquestra começou a existir e, enfim, a orquestra toma corpo e existência.
Naquele momento não nos interessava a qualidade da música, interessava o projeto em si, né? Porque a intenção era ensinar crianças música, né? Compor uma orquestra, dando a elas uma oportunidade de descobrir um novo mundo. Um mundo diferente daquele que as crianças viviam no entorno lá da maré. Hoje em dia, a orquestra tem uma qualidade inacreditável.
Brazil, like China, is a vast country with a varied terrain. Also like China, its water resources are concentrated in the west and north. And most of the big cities, including Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, are located in the southeast. In China, the UHV power transmission technology developed by the state grid has helped to solve the problem of long-distance power transmission. In 2017, Brazil decided to work with China's state grid to build a similar electric highway from the Amazon River to Rio de Janeiro. 22 million people are said to benefit from 2,500 kilometers of UHV power transmission lines. The state grid is also active in public welfare projects in Brazil. In 2011, the company became the main sponsor of the Malay do Amania Orchestra.
Porque na State Grid a gente patrocina, a gente incentiva iniciativas culturais pelo Brasil todo, aonde passam as nossas instalações. E nada melhor do que patrocinar um projeto social, musical, cultural, dentro da cidade que é a nossa sede, que é a cidade do Rio de Janeiro.
In 2017, the Malay do Amania Orchestra performed with award-winning violinist Ijia Susan Ho, and in 2018, it performed with the Zhejiang Symphony Orchestra. The Malay do Amania Orchestra is today well known across Rio de Janeiro. They're invited to perform at least once a week. With the state grid's support, the orchestra has also performed in 80 other cities and has even traveled abroad.
Ela que me faz conhecer novos lugares, ela que me faz ter vontade de
crescer, continuar, sabe? Então, se não fosse por ela, ela salva a nossa vida, sabe? Eu sou muito grata a tudo isso, entende?
Tudo que eu aprendi foi pela música e pelo projeto, tudo. Minha noção de certo e errado, como ser um bom filho, como ser um bom irmão, como ser um bom professor, como ser um bom cidadão, sabe? E ela fez um trabalho muito importante para mim, que é sobre expandir meus horizontes.
To date, 6,000 children from low-income families have received musical education through the orchestra. 6 have gone on to study music at university. 32 have become teachers or professional musicians with the Mare do Amanhã Orchestra.
A maré vai ser transformada por vocês. Só vocês podem transformar a comunidade de vocês, a favela de vocês.
While Rio's favela children are discovering hope through music, 400 kilometers away, in the Ilha Solteira Reservoir area, the local fish farmers are searching for ways of saving their livelihood. This is the Ilha Solteira Reservoir, one of the biggest bodies of water in southeast Brazil. There are 75 fish farms here, all of which are suffering from a recent invasion.
O problema do mexilhão começou no final de 2008, já tinha interferência do mexilhão no cultivo. Se não fizer a remoção, a limpeza e a remoção do mexilhão, literalmente a gente pode perder tudo. Pode chegar num ponto que a comatação é tamanha que não há troca nem oxigenação dessa água e a tilápia venha morrer mesmo do tanque como um todo. A cada manejo do peixe, a gente está lavando e tentando eliminar o mexilhão dos tanques. Qualquer estrutura que esteja dentro da água, desde os tambores de flutuação, fatalmente o mexilhão vai se aderir.
Esses problemas, eles são porque a espécie ela não tem um controle biológico, ela não tem nenhuma outra espécie para competir e para vencer em uma competição de espaço com ela. E também não tem nenhum predador efetivo que diminua essa população.
Three decades ago, merchant ships arriving at the Rio de la Plata in Argentina from Asia began bringing with them golden mussels in their ballast water. The golden mussel population soon grew out of control, spreading across Argentina and eventually to other countries, including Brazil. Today, this invasive species is found in almost every part of Brazil, except the far north. These golden invaders have even infiltrated the country's hydropower plants. This is especially worrying, as around 70% of Brazil's energy comes from hydroelectricity. The Jubia hydropower plant, located near both Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, is one of the most important hydropower plants in Brazil. But after being in operation for over 50 years, its equipment was aging badly and was in urgent need of an upgrade. In 2016, the China Three Gorges Corporation, operator of the world's largest hydropower station, launched a major renovation project at the Jubia hydropower plant. However, the company found that, in addition to the technical issues, it was facing a challenge that it had never encountered in China, but is common at Brazilian hydropower plants: golden mussels.
O impacto dele na geração de energia vem quando é necessário parar a máquina, né? Gerar uma indisponibilidade da máquina para que seja efetuada a manutenção, né? Então esse impacta nossos indicadores, né, que consequentemente impacta aí a performance da manutenção e da usina.
Golden mussels are present at almost 40% of Brazil's hydropower plants. For now, the solution is periodically to remove the golden mussels by hand. However, while this is being done, the generator units have to be turned off. This causes an annual loss of around $120 million. But that could change in the future. In 2017, CGG Brazil decided it was time to expel the invaders once and for all. The company brought together a team of Chinese and Brazilian scientists and invested $1.5 million in a research project. Within a few years, a solution had been found. This is how it works. A living creature inherits genes from both parents. The idea is to genetically modify the golden mussel to render one of the genes it inherits infertile. In normal circumstances, the modified mussel will then pass down a fertile gene to half of its offspring and an infertile gene to the other half. However, a gene-altering strategy called gene drive goes a step further. It ensures that the infertility gene is passed down to all the offspring.
This technique called gene drive, it's not really a molecular technique. It's more like an evolutive tool. The way to do it is to guarantee that you have a copy of a chromosome that comes from your mother, another copy from your father. So you guarantee that the two copies are carrying the trait or the characteristic that you want.
When these modified mussels mate, the gene drive strategy ensures that all, not just half, of the offspring inherit the infertility gene. Eventually, when two modified mussels mate, their offspring become completely sterile. Since they're incapable of reproducing, gradually the entire population will die out. This concept was such a game changer that in 2019, it won the Best Practices Award from Benchmarking Brazil, a leading sustainability program. In the same year, the concept also won the Brazilian Bioeconomy Prize and made the front page of the Brazilian financial newspaper Valor Econômico. The project is currently in the prototype development phase, in which scientists are trying to create genetically modified mussels in the lab.
We estimate that we might have the ready-to-go animals by 2026, and that's when we can have field tests and to actually assess the safety and the efficiency of the overall process. I'm not just making research, it has a purpose. So we're actually, we have a goal to help with conservation, especially with our biodiversity here in South America, which is something that I've always dreamed of helping with. So I'm very happy about it.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello there, I'm Paul Barber. Welcome to the programme. Our top stories this hour.
Leaders from 21 Asia-Pacific economies are meeting in Peru to discuss development and cooperation. China's President Xi Jinping is expected to deliver a speech in the coming hours. At least 2 medics are killed in Israeli strikes in Lebanon as Beirut comes under bombardment for a 5th consecutive day. And fancy a holiday in space? Well, a Chinese company aims to make that a reality within just 3 years. Leaders from 21 Asia-Pacific economies are meeting in Peru's capital, Lima, for the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Strategic development, digital economy and green development are among the topics for discussion. Chinese President Xi Jinping is expected to deliver a speech at the gathering. Our correspondent Michelle Begay is in Lima live for us now. So, Michelle, what are we expecting from President Xi's speech at the meeting?
Yes, well, what we do know is that he's supposed to speak at some point this morning. Right now, there's a welcoming ceremony for the presidents, and we don't know the exact order in which the presidents will be speaking. We just know that Dina Boluarte will finish at 1:30 with closing remarks, and then obviously that photo op at the end. What we can expect is that President Xi will have remarks in the same line as they've been speaking in different of the forums. They're going to talk about China. China needs to help economies unite, not these protectionist, divisive strategies that we've been hearing from certain countries. We need to unite together because there are many issues right now that countries face, like, as you mentioned, climate change, the energy, the very urgent energy transition, poverty in many nations. And we can't address these issues without actually uniting under one same mission, in fact. So this is what we are expecting. We heard words from President Xi read out by the Minister of Commerce at the CEO Summit on Friday. We expect that those same issues, those same words are going to be read out during today's speech. And it is that message that is in line with the theme of APEC, which is to empower, include, and grow together, because the issues that the world is facing need all of the economies to work together to fix these issues moving forward.
Indeed, Michelle. And what more could you tell us about cooperation among the 21 Asia-Pacific economies that we're seeing on display there?
Well, what we need to understand is usually in these events, in these forums, it's not just here. It's something that goes on throughout the year. APEC was hosted this year by Peru, and during the year there were several meetings, in fact more than 200 events with businesses, small, medium-sized businesses from the different economies in Asia and Pacific, and they give their findings, what the trends are, what the issues are, to leaders during these past couple days so that there can be a dialogue. What we saw a couple days ago is that businesses were talking about, as you mentioned, again, climate change, the energy transition. For example, issues here are many people are in the informal economy. In fact, more than half of workers here are in the informal economy. They want a transition to be formalized. They want benefits from the governments. And what the findings showed is that there's a lot of bureaucracy that many times doesn't allow for this. And so they need help with that. They give these findings to leaders in a dialogue at the end of the APEC meetings. And that is what countries take home to implement. So it's not just about these past couple of days. What we also saw is China and Peru taking action in order to continue growing relations between the two countries. So we saw the signing of several economic cooperation agreements. In fact, there's a free trade agreement between China and Peru that was signed in 2009. There was an update to that. That was also signed. So a lot of building together as the message of China says during this conference, and it goes very well with this APEC meeting. And lastly, I just need to mention that later today we will be seeing a family photo, is what they call it here. Usually at these events they say the official photograph, but this is going to be the family photo, and it goes in line with what we're talking about, moving together, working together so everyone can benefit, so everyone can be empowered and truly grow.
Michelle Begay in Lima, thank you so much for that. Well, as Michelle was reporting, on Friday, President Xi Jinping of China called for inclusive globalization in a message at the APEC CEO Summit. More than 1,000 top executives, strategists and government representatives gathered in Lima for the annual meeting. Our correspondent Jim Spellman reports.
In a message delivered to the APEC CEO Summit by Commerce Minister Wang Wentao, Chinese President Xi Jinping promoted the importance of free trade and interconnectivity.
Economic globalization is an objective requirement of growing social productive forces. It is a natural outcome of advancement in science and technology and a mighty historical trend.
He warned against protectionism and unilateralism.
Despite headwinds and undertows, economic globalization has always been the general trend. The attempt to block economic cooperation under all sorts of pretexts and break up the interdependence of the world is nothing but backpedaling.
The message from President Xi was well received by delegates.
The people who come to the CEO Summit, who come to the APEC weeks, they're all looking for a message, but also more of an inspiration, how they can really plan out their next step as a direction for a company, a direction for a nonprofit, or a direction for their organization to move forward. And I believe to have this kind of an open statement and also an open collaborative efforts that actually do create a big inspiration to the people.
Delegates acknowledged there is more work ahead.
It's the right message, but for it to take action, it needs a lot of political will from all parties.
The message from President Xi was especially welcome here in Peru, a country with deep trade ties to China.
Well, I think it was a message that we were expecting because China has been promoting this openness to our market, to our region. We have a long relationship with them. They're the most important social, economic partner of Peru.
Other highlights of the final day of the CEO Summit included a speech by TikTok CEO Shou Chu and panels highlighting the importance of AI and other digital technologies. Events here wrapped up with Peru handing over leadership of the CEO Summit to the Republic of Korea, which will host the APEC meetings in 2025. Jim Spellman, CGTN, Lima, Peru.
Still to come here on The World Today. At least 2 medics are killed as Israel strikes Beirut's southern suburbs for a 5th consecutive day.
Welcome to This Way Forward.
What do we mean when we talk about the difference? The difference is in the detail, the background,
defense ministers from
the wider angle and perspective of every story, wherever the story may be. CGTN. See the difference.
This week on Raise Up, creating the power of the sun here on Earth.
We will have endless energy. Could replace the oil. It will for sure change our life, change the world a lot. We are working on this project. It's like when human learn how to use fire. This is the second fire of the human in our history.
Welcome back. A reminder of our top story. Leaders from 21 Asia-Pacific economies are meeting in Peru to discuss development and cooperation. China's President Xi Jinping is expected to deliver a speech. Well, officials in Lebanon say at least 2 medics have been killed and 4 more were injured in Israeli strikes. The capital, Beirut, has been bombed for a 5th consecutive day, with Israel launching at least 9 airstrikes on its Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs. Repeated Israeli raids on the area have led to a mass exodus of civilians. The United Nations says at least 1.3 million people across the country have been forced to flee their homes.
One cannot deny that there are memories in that building, memories of my own children. And I really wish that I can actually take one simple picture of them when they were young. I did not take anything outside of that home because I did not expect at all that this will be an Israeli target, not for 1 second. And I just wish, I just come here, yesterday I was here and today I'm here just to search for anything that I can bring out that can remind me of my children.
Well, let's get more now on these latest Israeli strikes with our correspondent, Jonathan Regev, who reports from Tel Aviv.
There's a clear rise in the amount of Israeli strikes all over Lebanon, including at the Dahya neighborhood in Beirut. It could be seen not only in the attacks themselves, but also in the number of evacuation orders which are sent out by the IDF, a spokesperson in the Arabic language, especially to the residents of the Dahya area in Beirut. We're also seeing the ground forces advance even further into southern Lebanon. So a clear rise in the Israeli activity. The big question is, why now? What is so important? Why is it so urgent for the IDF to move forward now as opposed to a week or 2 weeks ago? The answer might be due to the fact that a ceasefire might take place soon. We know that the Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer, who was also a previous Israeli ambassador to the United States, was in Washington in the past few days. And prior to that, he was also in Moscow trying to move forward an agreement which would also include Russia that has a strong control over Syria and could perhaps help with to prevent the smuggling of weapons from Syria into Lebanon. We also know that Nabih Berri, who is the spokesperson of the Lebanese parliament and has close ties to Hezbollah, received a draft of an American resolution for a ceasefire. Berri said that the response from Lebanon will come in the next couple of days. All this could signal that a ceasefire may happen soon. Of course, this is the Middle East and everything is possible, but Israeli sources may be feeling that a ceasefire is about to come, and that is why the order may be to move forward, as Israel understands that whatever will not be achieved now may eventually not be achieved at all. Jonathan Regev, CGTN, Tel Aviv.
Meanwhile, in Gaza, Israel is pressing on with its campaign in the north of the enclave. Officials say 3 people were killed in an airstrike on Beit Lahir. Our correspondent Rami Al-Magari has more now from Khan Yunis.
The Israeli army carried out a series of military actions and operations across the Gaza Strip. In the northern Jabalia refugee camp, where the Israeli army's actions have been continuing for more than 40 days now, more houses have been reportedly destroyed and detonated as the Civil Defense Service is not able to reach the area because of the intensity of the Israeli fire. In other parts of the northern Gaza Strip, in the Beit Lahia town, 3 people were reportedly killed because of a strike that had near a mosque in the local area of Beit Lahia over there. Also in the Shija'iyya neighborhood in Gaza City, there was an Israeli shelling on a home over there, leading to the death of 3 Palestinians. Go further to the south, the Israeli army has hit a house in the eastern Khan Yunis city, leaving also 3 people killed. In the central Gaza Strip, there were artillery artillery fire on the northern Berej refugee camp and northern Nusayrat refugee camp. These developments come against the backdrop of lack of food supplies or severe shortage of food supplies in the territory, that because of the fact that the humanitarian aid that has entered the territory was not enough and inadequate for the population. These are the latest updates from Gaza, as the people here are looking forward to some kind of a change that would at least ease the restrictions of their lives, at least economically and at the level of living or daily lives.
Rami Al-Magari there. In other news, 10 newborn babies have died in a fire at a hospital in India. Emergency responders rescued 38 newborns from the neonatal intensive care ward in Jhansi. Authorities say at least 16 infants remain in a critical condition. An investigation is underway to determine the cause of the blaze. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi described the incident as heart-wrenching. The Taj Mahal has been blanketed by toxic smog as the air quality continues to deteriorate in northern India. Despite the government implementing anti-pollution measures, the air quality in the capital, Delhi, remains hazardous. Residents have complained of sore throats, eye irritation and other symptoms. Tens of thousands of people have been evacuated and flights cancelled in the Philippines as Super Typhoon Man-yi approaches. It's expected to make landfall by Sunday morning, and millions of people are at risk from storm surges. Man-yi, which has been gaining strength on its approach, is the fourth typhoon to hit the Southeast Asian nation in 2 weeks. China's latest economic data has offered a glimmer of hope of a rebound. Retail sales grew at nearly 5% in the year to November, the highest growth in nearly 8 months. Our correspondent Chen Nanfei reports.
Retail data delivered encouraging news for October, the first month after China announced a slew of stimulus policies.
Total retail sales of consumer goods in October amounted to 4.5 billion RMB, up 4.8% year-on-year and 1.6 percentage points faster than in the previous month. Main indicators have rebounded significantly, and the accumulation of positive factors has increased. But we should also see that the external environment has become more complex. The domestic effective demand is weak. The economy continues to rebound, and the foundation is still to be consolidated.
Signs of challenges include the slowing of industrial output growth. It grew by 5.3% in October, compared to 5.4% last month. Performance of the property market also has yet to show signs of changing momentum. In the first 10 months of the year, investment in real estate development declined by 10.3%, compared to the 10.1% drop from January to September. On the other hand, overall fixed investment growth remained unchanged at 3.4% for the first 10 months of the year. Employment was generally stable. October urban unemployment rate was 5%, down by 0.1% from September. The presser also included October's already published export data, which saw the fastest growth in over 2 years. Chen Mengfei, CGTN, Beijing.
Protesters have gathered at the COP29 climate summit in Azerbaijan, urging world leaders to commit to a strong climate finance deal. As the first week of negotiations wraps up in Baku, discussions are now continuing on how much wealthy nations should pay developing countries to help them deal with the impacts of climate change. Experts say more than $1 trillion a year are needed for damages and clean energy transitions. A French innovator and a Belgian interior designer are taking an unusual approach to city living. For 4 months, they're experimenting with a low-tech lab apartment, part of an attempt to encourage no-waste lifestyles. CGTN went for a tour of the property in Paris.
My name is Corentin. I'm an engineer, and for 10 years I'm searching all over the world low-tech innovations. all the organic waste we have from the kitchen, we grind it, and it feeds some larvae. It's a kind of larvae that we call black soldier fly larvae. They eat the organic waste and then they grow, and we feed some chicken with them, and also they make some compost that is very good fertilizer. So we take showers in the kind of mist, hot mist, and it divides by 10 the amount of water that we need, and it also saves some energy because it's a very small heater that is connected to the solar panels. And it also helps some mushroom to grow. We collect more than 1 kilo of oyster mushroom every week. And the water is then used by bacteria and goes into some plants that grows in the kitchen.
I'm Caroline Puls. I'm a Belgian interior designer, and I'm working with Corentin on an ecosystem habitat, which we are calling them low-tech biosphere. Plants are growing on nutritive solutions, and in these solutions we add a little bit of our urine. It's recycled and transferred by bacteria in a biofilter, and actually we have a toilet where it separates the urine, and also the shower, all the water from the shower with soap and everything goes into this bioponic system. So this is a hydroponic system, but because we are using biological fertilizer, we call it bioponic system. We have a nutritionist who told us that we need vitamin B12, and actually we are vegetarian people, so instead of going to the pharmacy to buy some vitamin B12, we wanted to make something different and more fun and more affordable. So the cricket farm is really very easy to raise because they don't need a lot of resources, they don't need a lot of space, and then it's really funny to have them on the flat actually because of the noise, and we can regard them, we can observe them every evening. So it's really, it replaced the television actually.
Empowering emerging economies to tackle climate challenges. That's the focus of a high-level forum on South-South cooperation at the UN's climate conference, COP29. It's also been highlighting China's leadership role in driving climate action. Our correspondent Radhika Bajaj reports from Baku.
Faced with the worst impacts of climate change and having contributed little to it, countries of the global South have been calling for climate justice. At this forum at the COP29 China Pavilion, the focus was to not just raise collective concerns, but also support each other during this climate crisis.
China has provided 171 billion yuan for climate change projects since 2016, which has strongly supported other developing countries to fight climate change. So far, China has signed 53 memorandums of understanding on South-South cooperation on climate change with 42 developing countries.
United Nations climate chief Simon Style praised China's leadership in the global South, noting the importance of collaboration among developing nations to meet ambitious climate targets.
China is already the world's largest investor in renewable energy. The amount of wind and solar power under construction in China is now nearly twice as much as the rest of the world combined, helping bring down emissions at home and abroad. Its investment in renewables, in battery storage, and electric vehicles is a prime example of how international solidarity is also good business, and it demonstrates a will to lead by example.
High-ranking officials and ministers also highlighted partnerships with China undertaken to strengthen climate resilience of vulnerable communities and drive sustainable progress. The event closed with the signing of an agreement between China and Nigeria to work together on clean energy.
South-South cooperation has emerged as a powerful tool in the fight against climate change. At today's high-level forum, it was clear that China's leadership has enabled resource sharing and capacity building for countries in the global South. Radhika Bajaj, CGTN, Baku, Azerbaijan.
A Chinese company is preparing to launch commercial space flights in 3 years' time. Tickets are on sale for more than $200,000 each, and some have already been snapped up. Space tourism is one of the main talking points at the Airshow China 2024, as our correspondent Wang Hongjia reports.
From small cargo spacecraft to reusable rockets, this year's Airshow China offers a glimpse into the dynamic landscape of China's commercial space sector. Among its many exciting advances, space travel captures the public's attention.
We aim to make suborbital tourism more affordable by reusing technology as a way to reduce costs significantly. This will make it accessible to more consumers. We plan to launch services in 2027.
Entrepreneurs I've talked to these days said they have already missed the age of discovery in navigation and aviation. Now they want to seize the opportunity of the space. Here at the Zhuhai Forum, organized by the China National Space Administration, they're mapping out a new paradigm and have introduced the Zhuhai Initiative to foster a safer and more orderly ecosystem.
The China National Space Administration actively supports the safe and orderly growth of the commercial space industry. The Zhuhai Forum has brought together government, academia, international organizations, and businesses to discuss the industry's future. The forum has produced the Zhuhai Initiative, and will help drive the safe, standardized development of commercial space, opening a new chapter for the sector.
In the next phase, more private companies will be encouraged to export satellites, provide data services, and offer commercial launch solutions to international clients. Chinese commercial space companies are also expected to engage in global public welfare services. Wang Hongjia, CGTN in Zhuhai, Guangdong Province.
And our headlines again here on CGTN. Leaders from 21 Asia-Pacific economies are meeting in Peru to discuss development and cooperation. China's President Xi Jinping is expected to deliver a speech in the coming hours. For other news, at least 2 medics are killed in Israeli strikes in Lebanon as Beirut comes under bombardment for a 5th consecutive day. And a Chinese company is preparing to launch commercial space flights in 3 years' time. That's the world today. Thanks very much for watching. There's more on CGTN Europe's channel on the Telegram app, or you can scan the QR code on the screen to get stories and updates sent direct to your phone. More news at the top of the hour. For now, though, from the London team, it's goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to your weather news update. I'm your host today, Mark Regan, and today we'll take a look at Europe's forecast. We're going to see low vortex here across Europe, and as a result of that, of course, we're going to see cooler temperatures and a little bit more of that wet weather on the way. Taking a look here, we are going to see, as of Sunday, widespread amounts of wet weather here. A lot of this focusing in northern portions of Europe. We'll see sleet conditions as well across areas of Norway and Sweden, for example. Snowfall outward over in northwestern Russia. We'll see quite a bit of heavy amounts of that snowfall for Sunday. And then as we get into Monday, we're going to see that kind of pushing further down to the south, as we'll see here over near the Swiss Alps, a little bit more snow and sleet conditions beginning to pick up. More widespread amount of light, wet weather to be expected across Europe. Now, with that here, we are going to expect to see cooler temperatures, of course. We'll see things cooling on down. Our day highs here hovering generally right in the low teens range, even cooler here as we go over into Monday. Our day lows, of course, going to be much closer to the freezing point. And so with that here, London, about 13-day highs here as a Monday. Light rainfall, 12 for folks in Paris, also with that light rain. A little bit warmer, though, over in Madrid, 19 for the day highs, but 4 for the lows, and 20-day highs over folks in Lisbon. Some light rainfall there. So during the day, a little bit warmer out into the west, but at night, still getting quite cool out there. That does it for me today. Thanks for watching. Up next is your city forecast. Bye.
hollow discs, one piece of rope. Swing it around and sounds will evoke. In the park and on the street, you'll see people playing it. Of different shape and different size, it will mesmerize your eyes. It's called Diabolo, Chinese yo-yo. Let's learn about it with a pro.哟，李老师，您在这儿练的？
你好，你好。结果为了欢迎你来，现在我来做一个什么呢？我做一个孔雀开屏，
哎，
表示对你的欢迎
啊，这个很有意思。
然后我们做花样之前呢，
哇，
你看是不是要出声音啊？所以一定要给它抖响。
You hear the sound? It's the sound of the wind. It's like it's got the whistle type thing inside. We still have to discover that.
这是晴空挂月
啊，
接高山流水。
Li Lianyuan is Beijing born and bred. He's a third-generation inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage of the Beijing-style Diabolo performance. His grandmother began teaching him the art when he was just 5, now 75. In the course of the past 7 decades, he has, by inventing several new and fascinating techniques, helped shape the modern development of the Diabolo.
李老师啊，
哎，
就是这个空竹啊，它的来源于哪里啊？
去过13陵吗？
还没去过，
有机会去一下。13陵啊，它有一个叫定陵
啊。
定陵在1952年的时候，咱们进行那个地下文物的挖掘呀，结果挖出了一个就像这么大的一个漆盘儿，
哇哦，
红色的。然后，它跟空竹有什么关系啊？它这上有2个小孩抖空竹，然后一查这东西是哪年的呢？结果是明代明代有一个皇上是永乐年间，结果我们一查呢，距离今天有多少年呀？超过600年了。
In China, the Diabolo has a history of over 600 years. From the earliest unaxial design, it developed to have a double axis. With time, it came to be made into various shapes and from various materials, and its popularity began to spread around the world.
空竹能体现什么样的中国这种传统的文化？
我们过去都是在春节的时候上庙会，那会儿都会买个空竹回家。春节这段时间呀，谁都爱听空竹声，因为听见空竹声他高兴。为什么高兴啊？
年来了是吧？
年来了呢，是不是该吃点好吃的，穿点新衣服，还放炮竹？
我理解了。
所以过去那个空竹一响啊，哎呀，就让人特别高兴，
特别高兴啊！
现在你这空竹前头高怎么办？前头高，哎，漂亮，右手压的，是不是就过来了？自己练一练，像我这么练啊，看。空竹倾斜，右压高，抬高以后摘扣上扣，摘扣上扣，练练这个，对，漂亮。左手再拉高一点，你的动作。
I got my time here. He said that he can teach anybody within 10 minutes to learn how to play Diabolo. I'm gonna give my phone to this beautiful lady over here. 你可以开始计时吗？预备，走。好，
一对正，
一对正，
抖起来，右手用力，对对，身体漂亮，对正，右手的频率还可以再快一点，
再快一点，
身体和它对正，
哦，对正，
然后它有不平的时候要早一点压它，太棒了，抖起来了，棒了，
这可以，
神仙
，Guys， 1 minute，
2根杆相拢，这时候有搭成2个花儿，把空竹 落在上面来。
哇，
二龙戏珠。我今天的理念就是传出去是最好的保护。
调整加速，调整加速，调整加速，调整3、4、5、6、7。Mr. Lee teaches a lot of people to play Diablo, but not just grown-ups. Also, there's some students that learn Diablo. Let's take a look. Because when it's revolving, it feels that it's much heavier than it really is. So acceleration, adding to the weight, you know, it's going to be even more heavy. Okay, well, let's try it out.
给他抖出点转速，
然后我接住是吧？
怎么接？然后我们俩保护点你啊！
行，保护我，保护我，鼓个掌啊，鼓励鼓励好吗？来，鼓励。
不着急啊，哎，往那边转。
你看我是不是老跟着这尖转？
对，老跟着他，
千万别碰上这手不要碰到。
来，准备接啊！接，你在那边，我在这边，对，不着急啊，拿住，拿住，对，
那手使劲，
太棒了，鼓掌，可以啊！哇，你是没抖过吗？
哇，这个
太棒了，太棒了！
对，
郭老师可以了
，It's really heavy, guys.
可以了。
OK， 怎么接住啊？
可以了。哎呀，祝贺你！孩子们为他鼓掌。
Guys, it's actually really interesting. It's getting heavier and heavier by every revolution it gets. Whoa!
使劲！
Mr. Lee told me that I can take this Diablo back home to Ukraine, so I can show this to more of my Ukrainian friends, so that other people could learn about Chinese great Diablos. So the history of Diablo is really long. I'm sure it's much longer than what we can find in the documents, but still, we got what we got. Guys, it's snowing today in Beijing. We don't get a lot of this awesome weather like this. That's why I'm taking you to a very important, very special place for us to understand more about the history of Diablo. We're going to Beijing Diablo Museum to learn more about it. And it's situated in Beijing Quadrangle. And in this weather, it's going to be amazing. Let's take a look.
空竹呢，在我国有着悠久的历史。最早的文字的记载呢，要追溯于什么呀？中国的4大名著《水浒传》。
无人提切慢徒劳。
This is really interesting because this is a line that is found in one of the classics, one of the main 4 classics. It's called Water Margin. And then there's a sentence that says, there's this toy that nobody can handle, and it talks about Diablo. And this classics, it was written almost 1,000 years ago. So there is a documentation about the history of Diablo in China, and it's found in here.
这个棋盘呢，是明永乐年间的一个出土文物的棋盘啊。它这块你看有那小孩堵着耳朵上头抖空竹的图案。这块是一个什么呀？这叫白子衣。
白子衣是？
白子衣呢是明永乐年间的。 这个年代啊，它这块呢有100个小孩的图案，你看它活动，其中就有抖空竹。这个距现在呢得有600-700年的历史。
咦，
还有彩灯，
这也是空竹啊？
这也是异形空竹的一种。 哦，这个挺重的，哇，这个我们特别有幸呢，当时上了我们70年大庆的晚会。这个呀特别有意思，这是我们成立馆的时候呢，是我们的泥人张的传人。
哦，天津泥人张。
哎，天津泥人张给我们做的什么泥人斗空竹？为什么说这泥人斗空竹特别也是我们的镇馆之宝呢？这泥人斗空竹它也是中国的非遗项目。
这都是different tricks.
作。
Yeah, different tricks. Just look at this huge diabolo. It was used in 2010 to break a Guinness record. It's 1.5 meters in diameter and 32.5 kilograms. The performer in 2010, he was swinging it around and then he was swinging it on his hand for 30 seconds. That's some impressive stuff.
Zhang Guoliang is an inheritor of the national intangible cultural heritage of diabolo making. He has spent many years researching the various techniques of his art, resulting in a series of highly individual types of diabolo.
你像这套呢，你估计你都不认识。
这不就是那个好像农村里面干活用的 Guys, I want to tell you about this one. This is like a tractor you'll see in a Chinese village. It's actually there's like a person that leads this machine. 但这个跟空竹有什么关系啊？
我拿去你看看你就知道了。
哎呦，下面是空竹啊 ！There's actually Diabolo and
啊，这都是空竹。
This is one as well.
啊，对，单的。啊，这是双的。
哎呦，还有耳钉呢。我有一秘密啊！I have a secret, guys. You know, when I was young, I had a rock band.
他真有一个耳朵。
I had a rock band. That's why I had my ear pierced. Anyway, it's just exactly for this moment.
我先吃你一个呗。
Yeah? 这怎么是空竹啊？
它就是一个空竹。
哦，这都是空竹。
它就是一个大空竹。
这么大一空竹？
对呀。
你这怎么感觉都是空竹啊？
对。
哎 ，Did you hear it？
空竹的发声，它为什么它能够发出那声音？其实很关键一个问题就是什么，在修口。这个大口，咱们叫闷儿，
闷儿
是吧？
啊哈。
这小口咱们叫崽儿。我在里边这个竹筒同等的容积范围之内，我修的口大与小，它发出的声音是完全不同的。
就是低和高的意思吗？
对呀。
啊 ，the size of the hole decides what kind of the sound there will be in the whistle. For example, the hole is bigger, probably the sounds can be lower. 那你怎么知道已经到了很陡的角度啊？
凭经验呀。一时半会儿我跟你说不行，咱这样，咱直接去买竹子，咱们看看去。你看这个相对来说就不是熟的特别好，你从眼
哪个好呢？
当然这种的最好。
等会儿
啊，是吧？
我压根儿也听不出来，什么也听不出来。You know, I remember when my dad was buying watermelons, he would hit on the top and then listen to the sound. And he's like, okay, this is ripe. It's the same thing. Can't make a difference. 这个怎么样？
这就行。
Ooh, it's coming. There we go. 1, 2, 3, everybody. Nice. Let me get. Whoa. Looks really dangerous, actually. Wow. 好，我别试了。哇，这个后来我们就要组成，
对，
大概是这个样子，是吧？
对。 然后它实际上呢，它最后就是这个的，
哦，这样子，
对，这个然后给它劈下一半来，
哈，
然后粘上。
张老师，你们平时就是做这么大的一个空桌，需要多长时间？
你就让我做一个，也5到7天。
哇哦，哇哦，比我皮肤还滑溜呢。Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, talking about a difference. Now I actually understand why Mr. Zhang wanted the bamboo to be thick, because if it's thick enough, then he's got more room for the flattening of the surface, and it's like firm.
A lot of skill and effort goes into transforming elongated bamboo shoots into a round diabolo. But for our artisan Mr. Zhang, sorting the wood and cutting, polishing and gluing it is a source of great joy. Still, nothing gives him greater pleasure than to handle the finished article, a beautiful work of art.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
So I need to find my guest. Hey, I hear the sound of Diablo. I think he's right. Yeah, he's right there.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, that was some handsome movements.
你好，
你从什么时候开始喜欢空竹啊？
我从小学一直到现在，就是每天坚持就锻炼，已经这抖空竹已经15年了。
Liu Chenxi is a Diabolo coach. His interest started with a chance encounter as a child. Over the past 10 years, he has won numerous awards in Diabolo competitions around the world. Today, he is one of China's foremost teachers of the art.
Oh! Oh, 这个帅! Oh, that was really beautiful. Did you see that? He just let the sticks off.
这个动作叫金手指，这就是现在这轴承速度空竹快了。
你能给我吗？
啊，你试试，走。
哦，你 see that？ 我给你，
扔，好。这个就是空竹转得快了，所以说会在我们的手就能停得住。
我看的就是年轻人跟可能是传统的那种玩法不太一样。你能讲一下吗？就是你偏向会喜欢哪些动作？
我喜欢玩一点不一样的动作。 空竹本身，我们要想上更多的创意，去更多很帅气的动作，去加到这里边，有更多的玩法，有更多的乐趣。这样的话，就很多年轻的朋友来加入我。我想让这个空竹成为下一个潮玩的运动项目，既有文化，既有运动在这里边，然后又能抖空竹，大家强身健体。
As a boy, Liu Chenxi developed a number of new Diablo tricks, the like of which the older masters had never seen before. Today, he's working to promote the Diablo globally. His dream is to see Diablo performances on an international stage.
哇，这个盲接
太帅了！
这个盲接，我是提倡就是人人抖空竹，1分钟就让你速成抖起来空竹，把这个空竹让大家觉得别那么陌生，别那么神秘。其实大家勇于尝试这个空竹，大家都能玩起来。
Okay, I really like what he said because you think it's really hard, but it's not. So I want to encourage you and just, buy a yo-yo Chinese Diablo and try it at home. Watch his videos, I'm sure you're going to be really good. Can 能不能这样吧？比如说，我给你出一个节奏，然后你好像是即兴来一个空竹表演，可以吧？
可以试一试。
Check it out, bro. There you go.
嘿，等一下，我们晚上我会做一个挑战，叫空竹光会。
What is that? 那是啥？
现在是天色已经黑了，然后我们要做这个挑战。我们用这个灯光的空竹去绘画出来一个奥运5环的形状。
Guys, so we have a challenge. We're gonna use our Diablo that's got light to draw out 5 rings of Olympics. Ready for the challenge? Let's begin. We learned about the history of Diablo and also different types of it. And now we're visiting China National Acrobatic Troupe as they will throw a different light on the performance of Diablo. Take a look, guys, look. It's like ballet, but with Diablo. Wow.
5、6、7、8。好了。
哇，就是看起来很快，但是也很多的这个热量都消化了。
对对对，尤其是我们最后一个动作就是铺馅儿，叫特别累。
那个刚才是什么动作？
这个步伐。
这个好像是，这更像是舞蹈，对不对？
对，这是与京剧还有舞蹈杂技结合了。
The China National Acrobatic Troupe has created a show called Beautiful Flower Dan, combining Diablo with Peking opera. In it, breathtaking Diablo skills are imbued with the elegance of Peking opera. The show has given the Diabolo the chance to shine on a world stage.
眼神呀，这样，都是有
From
京剧
Beijing Opera
对啊，都是借鉴了京剧，然后舞蹈相结合了。
所以每一个节目的时候，你们都得结合不同的这种中国传统文化吗？
需要。
就是你觉得就是空竹跟这些传统文化结合起来难吗？
其实是我觉得是有一定的难度的。因为你要去创新，你要去想，对，然后还要觉得融合的非常的合适，就是让人观看又美呀，又好看呀，又有趣味啊，所以这点来说是很难的。
She has to smile and do the Diablo work, and then dance at the same time. Just it seems really difficult to me. 我看他那个速度特别快，
特别快
跳的。
一般都是在剧场里进行表演，然后剧场没有那么高的高度，然后还要有空灯啊这些，你还要找这些空这些灯的距离，就对它的扔高的这个精准度要求特别高。
The show is a very exciting spectacle. Diabolos are constantly flying across the stage before landing safely and with pinpoint accuracy. Throughout it all, the performers keep smiling calmly. However, visiting their rehearsal revealed just how much hard work goes into achieving this level of excellence. There are even occasional injuries.
刚练的时候会扔不准，起来的话会砸到头。其实都是砸出来的，你不砸练不出来。吓人！
你就砸得多是不是？
小的时候我会的，都会。你像小的时候，我们脸上经常会有的时候会。磕了一道一道的，但是长大熟练了之后就不会了。这里就是我们的马戏大厅，他们里边在训练。
你好，老师。Hello。这个你们会有讲究吗？比如说谈恋爱就不能找那个跟男生这个表演的？
没有，
不能。
比较自由。
比较自由，都可以。应该在一起时间长了，自然就。有好感吧？
就有感情，
是吗？
她老公就是这里。
你老公是这里是吧？啊哇！你比如说你空翻呀，或者做其他的一些高难度的动作，会不会这个你看这么大一个道具有点碍事儿啊？
跷花蛋的这个节目是以这个铃子为亮点，作为一个经典的一个动作出现嘛，和它一个形象出现。然后这个铃子呢，大部分的时候都是。这样不动，然后技术特别难的时候，我们会因为它碍事儿了嘛，然后我们就会把它咬到嘴里。然后还有一种办法是它是可拆卸的，就是可以把它拔掉。就刚刚您练那个跳，还记得吗？就不要带铃子，因为带铃子就没法跳了。
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
Live from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Paul Barber. Our top stories this hour. President Xi Jinping says China will host APEC in 2026 and looks forward to deepening cooperation as leaders from 21 Asia-Pacific economies meet in Peru. At least 2 medics are killed in Israeli strikes in Lebanon as Beirut comes under bombardment for a 5th consecutive day. And fancy a holiday in space? While a Chinese company aims to make that a reality within 3 years. China's President Xi Jinping has announced that China will host APEC 2026. Xi delivered a speech at the APEC Economic Leaders meeting in Peru. Leaders from 21 Asia-Pacific economies have been meeting in Lima with strategic development, digital economy and green development among the topics for discussion. Let's join our correspondent now, Michelle Begay, in the Peruvian capital for us now. So, Michelle, President Xi Jinping has just delivered a speech. Could you bring us some of the highlights, please?
Yes, he just spoke and he talked about that same message we've been hearing of uniting for one cause, which is to address the issues that the world is facing, climate change, the inequality disparity that we see across the world. All of these things we cannot tackle alone. He's talking about being brave. Those were words he used, being brave to unite and tackle these issues. He talks about this is a new era of Asia-Pacific development, and we need to strive to be better, especially at a moment with geopolitical tensions, alluding to unilateralism, policies of protectionism, and that we can't go that way. We need to go against that current. We need to set forth a path where we're working together, really keeping in mind the purpose of this all, which is to better the lives of so many people around the world. And he's calling on APEC, on the 21 economies, to do that. He makes a suggestion. In fact, he says, I asked to make suggestions, one of them being the Asia-Pacific Free Trade Area in order to build and continue strengthening the economies in this region. He also talks about cultivating the green innovation for growth, green low-carbon development, conservation. We need to remember that China just came off of being the president of the United Nations Biodiversity COP15, where they led the signing of the Kunming-Montreal Agreement, which talked about conservation efforts in biodiversity. They even called for more countries to invest in the changes that need to be done and put money forth in order to inspire other countries to do so. And we just did that coverage a couple weeks ago. And now, again, President Xi is talking about the need for energy transition, going green, of tackling climate change. These were all issues. And again, he said, be brave. We need to go against this protectionism, unilateralism that we're seeing, these trends, alluding obviously to what everyone's talking about in the United States, and be different. Unite under one purpose.
And Michelle, could you tell us more about the cooperation among the 21 Asia-Pacific economies that we're seeing there on display in Lima?
Yes, well, we can start off with Peru and China, where we know that they signed several economic cooperations, while President Xi was here yesterday. In fact, there is a free trade agreement between Peru and China that was signed in 2009, and now there was a protocol to advance more things, change more things in that free trade agreement. There is a sense of China showing the world that they are putting the foot forward to have that cooperation between economies. And then we've talked a lot about in these days of what these types of events mean, because sometimes we think, okay, it's one meeting, 2 days where leaders come together and talk about huge issues, but it's not just APEC. This year is not just about the meeting here. It's what countries have been building on leading up to this moment. Peru has been the host this year, and for things like the Business Advisory Council, there were more than 200 meetings leading up to this weekend where businessmen, small and medium-sized businessmen met to talk about what the issues were so that they can continue growing, so they can continue accessing, innovating, and they gave their findings to leaders at this leaders meeting here in a dialogue. And so always the hope is that leaders will take all of this information home and apply it.
Michelle, thanks very much indeed. Michelle Begay reporting from Lima. Well, as Michelle was just saying, on Friday, President Xi called for inclusion and inclusive globalization in a message at the APEC CEO summit. More than 1,000 top executives, strategists and government representatives gathered there in Lima for the annual meeting. Our correspondent Jim Spellman reports.
In a message delivered to the APEC CEO summit by Commerce Minister Wang Wentao, Chinese President Xi Jinping promoted the importance of free trade and interconnectivity.
Economic globalization is an objective requirement of growing social productive forces. It is a natural outcome of advancement in science and technology and a mighty historical trend.
He warned against protectionism and unilateralism.
Despite headwinds and undertows, economic globalization has always been the general trend. The attempt to block economic cooperation under all sorts of pretexts and break up the interdependence of the world is nothing but backpedaling.
The message from President Xi was well received by delegates.
The people who come to the CEO summit, who come to the APEC weeks, they're all looking for a message, but also more of an inspiration, how they can really plan out their next step as a direction for a company, a direction for a nonprofit, or a direction for their organization to move forward. And I believe to have this kind of an open statement and also an open collaborative efforts that actually do create a big inspiration to the people.
Delegates acknowledged there is more work ahead.
It's the right message, but for it to take action, it needs a lot of political will from all parties.
The message from President Xi was especially welcome here in Peru, a country with deep trade ties to China.
Well, I think it was a message that we were expecting because China has been promoting this openness to our market, to our region. We have a long relationship with them. They're the most important social, economic partner of Peru.
Other highlights of the final day of the CEO summit included a speech by TikTok CEO Shou Chu and panels highlighting the importance of AI and other digital technologies. Events here wrapped up with Peru handing over leadership of the CEO summit to the Republic of Korea, which will host the APEC meetings in 2025. Jim Spellman, CGTN, Lima, Peru.
You're watching CGTN, still ahead. At least 2 medics are killed as Israel strikes Beirut's southern suburbs for a 5th consecutive day.
Ever wondered what's the difference between a bear and a bull market? Where are the cash cows? And who are the lame ducks? And what exactly are black swans? Grey rhinos? And unicorn companies? Make sense of it all with global business, only on CGTN.
I think it should be more global cooperation.
I would like to hear more the voice of the developing countries.
Globalization has lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty.
The green transition has to happen. It's a necessity.
Well, China and the United States are important powers in the world.
What unites us is much more than what divides us. And I believe China is committed to this agenda.
Join me, Juliet Mann, to set the agenda at these times every weekend on CGTN.
This week on Rise Up, creating the power of the sun here on Earth.
We will have endless energy. Could replace the oil, it will for sure change our life, change the world a lot. We are working on this project. It's like when human learn how to use fire. This is the second fire of the human in our history.
Hello there, welcome back. A reminder of our top story. President Xi Jinping says China will host APEC in 2026 as leaders from 21 Asia-Pacific economies meet in Peru. Officials in Lebanon say at least 2 medics have been killed and 4 more were injured in Israeli strikes. The capital, Beirut, has been bombed for a 5th consecutive day, with Israel launching at least 9 airstrikes on its Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs. Repeated Israeli raids on the area have led to a mass exodus of civilians. The United Nations says at least 1.3 million people across the country have been forced to flee their homes.
One cannot deny that there are memories in that building, memories of my own children. And I really wish that I can actually take one simple picture of them when they were young. I did not take anything outside of that home because I did not expect at all that this will be an Israeli target, not for 1 second. And I just wish, I just come here, yesterday I was here and today I'm here just to search for anything that I can bring out that can remind me of my children.
Let's get more on these latest Israeli strikes. Our correspondent, Jonathan Regev, reports from Tel Aviv.
There's a clear rise in the amount of Israeli strikes all over Lebanon, including at the Dahya neighborhood in Beirut. It could be seen not only in the attacks themselves, but also in the number of evacuation orders which are sent out by the IDF, a spokesperson in the Arabic language, especially to the residents of the Dahya area in Beirut. We're also seeing the ground forces advance even further into southern Lebanon. So a clear rise in the Israeli activity. The big question is, why now? What is so important? Why is it so urgent for the IDF to move forward now as opposed to a week or 2 weeks ago? The answer might be due to the fact that a ceasefire might take place soon. We know that the Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer, who was also a previous Israeli ambassador to the United States, was in Washington in the past few days. And prior to that, he was also in Moscow trying to move forward an agreement which would also include Russia that has a strong control over Syria and could perhaps help with to prevent the smuggling of weapons from Syria into Lebanon. We also know that Nabih Berri, who is the spokesperson of the Lebanese parliament and has close ties to Hezbollah, received a draft of an American resolution for a ceasefire. Berri said that the response from Lebanon will come in the next couple of days. All this could signal that a ceasefire may happen soon. Of course, this is the Middle East and everything is possible, but Israeli sources may be feeling that a ceasefire is about to come, and that is why the order may be to move forward, as Israel understands that whatever will not be achieved now may eventually not be achieved at all. Jonathan Regev, CGTN, Tel Aviv.
Meanwhile, in Gaza, Israel is pressing on with its campaign in the north of the enclave. Officials say that 3 people were killed in an airstrike on Beit Lahia. Our correspondent Rami Al-Magari reports from Khan Yunis.
The Israeli army carried out a series of military actions and operations across the Gaza Strip. In the northern Jabalia refugee camp, where the Israeli army's actions have been continuing for more than 40 days now, more houses have been reportedly destroyed and detonated as the Civil Defense Service is not able to reach the area because of the intensity of the Israeli fire. In other parts of the northern Gaza Strip, in the Beit Lahia town, 3 people were reportedly killed because of a strike that had near a mosque in the local area of Beit Lahia over there. Also in the Shija'iyya neighborhood in Gaza City, there was an Israeli shelling on a home over there, leading to the death of 3 Palestinians. Go further to the south, the Israeli army has hit a house in the eastern Khan Yunis city, leaving also 3 people killed. In the central Gaza Strip, there were artillery artillery fire on the northern Berej refugee camp and northern Nusayrat refugee camp. These developments come against the backdrop of lack of food supplies or severe shortage of food supplies in the territory, that because of the fact that the humanitarian aid that has entered the territory was not enough and inadequate for the population. These are the latest updates from Gaza, as the people here are looking forward to some kind of a change that would at least ease the restrictions of their lives, at least economically and at the level of living or daily lives.
Rami Al-Maghari reporting from Khan Yunis. In other news, 10 newborn babies have died in a fire at a hospital in India. Emergency responders rescued 38 newborns from the neonatal intensive care ward in Jhansi. Authorities say at least 16 infants remain in a critical condition. An investigation is underway to determine the cause of the blaze. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi described the incident as heart-wrenching. The Taj Mahal, meanwhile, has been blanketed by toxic smog as the air quality continues to deteriorate in northern India. Despite the government implementing anti-pollution measures, the air quality in the capital, Delhi, remains hazardous. Residents have complained of sore throats, eye irritation and other symptoms. Tens of thousands of people have been evacuated and flights cancelled in the Philippines as Super Typhoon Manyi approaches. It's expected to make landfall by Sunday morning, and millions of people are at risk from storm surges. Manyi, which has been gaining strength on its approach, is the fourth typhoon to hit the Southeast Asian nation in 2 weeks. China's latest economic data has offered a glimmer of hope of a rebound. Retail sales grew nearly 5% in the year to November, the highest growth in 8 months. Our correspondent Chen Mengfei reports.
Retail data delivered encouraging news for October, the first month after China announced a slew of stimulus policies.
Total retail sales of consumer goods in October amounted to 4.5 billion RMB, up 4.8% year-on-year and 1.6 percentage points faster than in the previous month. Main indicators have rebounded significantly, and the accumulation of positive factors has increased. But we should also see that the external environment has become more complex. The domestic effective demand is weak. The economy continues to rebound, and the foundation is still to be consolidated.
Signs of challenges include the slowing of industrial output growth. It grew by 5.3% in October, compared to 5.4% last month. Performance of the property market also has yet to show signs of changing momentum. In the first 10 months of the year, investment in real estate development declined by 10.3%, compared to the 10.1% drop from January to September. On the other hand, overall fixed investment growth remained unchanged at 3.4% for the first 10 months of the year. Employment was generally stable. October urban unemployment rate was 5%, down by 0.1% from September. The presser also included October's already published export data, which saw the fastest growth in over 2 years. Chen Mengfei, CGTN, Beijing.
Protesters have gathered at the COP29 climate summit in Azerbaijan, urging world leaders to commit to a strong climate finance deal. As the first week of negotiation wraps up in Baku, discussions are continuing on how much wealthy nations should pay developing ones to help them deal with the impacts of climate change. Experts say more than $1 trillion a year are needed for damages and clean energy transitions. A French innovator and a Belgian interior designer are taking an unusual approach to city living. For 4 months, they're experimenting with a low-tech lab apartment, part of an attempt to create no-waste lifestyles. CGTN went for a tour of the property in Paris.
My name is Corentin. I'm an engineer, and for 10 years I'm searching all over the world low-tech innovations. all the organic waste we have from the kitchen, we grind it, and it feeds some larvae. It's a kind of larvae that we call black soldier fly larvae. They eat the organic waste and then they grow, and we feed some chicken with them, and also they make some compost that is very good fertilizer. So we take showers in the kind of mist, hot mist, and it divides by 10 the amount of water that we need, and it also saves some energy because it's a very small heater that is connected to the solar panels. And it also helps some mushroom to grow. We collect more than 1 kilo of oyster mushroom every week. And the water is then used by bacteria and goes into some plants that grows in the kitchen.
I'm Caroline Puls. I'm a Belgian interior designer, and I'm working with Corentin on ecosystem habitat, which we are calling them low-tech biosphere. Plants are growing on nutritive solutions, and in these solutions we add a little bit of our urine. It's recycled and transferred by bacteria in a biofilter, and actually we have a toilet where it separates the urine, and also the shower, all the water from the shower with soap and everything goes into this bioponic system. So this is a hydroponic system, but because we are using biological fertilizer, we call it bioponic system. We have a nutritionist who told us that we need vitamin B12, and actually we are vegetarian people, so instead of going to the pharmacy to buy some vitamin B12, we wanted to make something different and more fun and more affordable. So the cricket farm is really very easy to raise because they don't need a lot of resources, they don't need a lot of space, and then it's really funny to have them on the flat actually because of the noise, and we can regard them, we can observe them every evening. So it's really, it replaced the television actually.
Empowering emerging economies to tackle climate challenges. That's the focus of a high-level forum on South-South cooperation at the UN's climate conference COP29. It's also been highlighting China's leadership role in driving climate action and sustainable development. Our correspondent Radhika Bajaj reports.
Faced with the worst impacts of climate change and having contributed little to it, countries of the global South have been calling for climate justice. At this forum at the COP29 China Pavilion, the focus was to not just raise collective concerns, but also support each other during this climate crisis.
China has provided 171 billion yuan for climate change projects since 2016, which has strongly supported other developing countries to fight climate change. So far, China has signed 53 memorandums of understanding on South-South cooperation on climate change with 42 developing countries.
United Nations climate chief Simon Style praised China's leadership in the global South, noting the importance of collaboration among developing nations to meet ambitious climate targets.
China is already the world's largest investor in renewable energy. The amount of wind and solar power under construction in China is now nearly twice as much as the rest of the world combined, helping bring down emissions at home and abroad. Its investment in renewables, in battery storage, and electric vehicles is a prime example of how international solidarity is also good business, and it demonstrates a will to lead by example.
High-ranking officials and ministers also highlighted partnerships with China undertaken to strengthen climate resilience of vulnerable communities and drive sustainable progress. The event closed with the signing of an agreement between China and Nigeria to work together on clean energy. South-South cooperation has emerged as a powerful tool in the fight against climate change. At today's high-level forum, it was clear that China's leadership has enabled resource sharing and capacity building for countries in the global South. Radhika Bajaj, CGTN, Baku, Azerbaijan.
A Chinese company is preparing to launch commercial space flights in just 3 years' time. Tickets are on sale for more than $200,000 and some have already been snapped up. Space tourism is one of the main talking points at the China Air Show 2024, as our correspondent Wang Hongjia reports.
From small cargo spacecraft to reusable rockets, this year's Airshow China offers a glimpse into the dynamic landscape of China's commercial space sector. Among its many exciting advances, space travel captures the public's attention.
We aim to make suborbital tourism more affordable by reusing technology as a way to reduce costs significantly. This will make it accessible to more consumers. We plan to launch services in 2027.
Entrepreneurs I've talked to these days said they have already missed the age of discovery in navigation and aviation. Now they want to seize the opportunity of the space. Here at the Zhuhai Forum, organized by the China National Space Administration, they're mapping out a new paradigm and have introduced the Zhuhai Initiative to foster a safer and more orderly ecosystem.
The China National Space Administration actively supports the safe and orderly growth of the commercial space industry. The Zhuhai Forum has brought together government, academia, international organizations, and businesses to discuss the industry's future. The forum has produced the Zhuhai Initiative, and will help drive the safe, standardized development of commercial space, opening a new chapter for the sector.
In the next phase, more private companies will be encouraged to export satellites, provide data services, and offer commercial launch solutions to international clients. Chinese commercial space companies are also expected to engage in global public welfare services. Wang Hongjia, CGTN in Zhuhai, Guangdong Province.
And a last look at the headlines. President Xi Jinping says China will host APEC in 2026 and looks forward to deepening cooperation as leaders from 21 Asia-Pacific economies meet in Peru. At least 2 medics are killed in Israel today. And a Chinese company is preparing to launch commercial space flights in 3 years' time. And that is The World Today. Thanks for watching. There's more news at the top of the hour. Coming up next, it's The Agenda with Juliette Mann. For now, from all the team in London, goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to your weather news update. I'm your host today, Mark Regan, and today we'll take a look at Europe's forecast. We're going to see low vortex here across Europe, and as a result of that, of course, we're going to see cooler temperatures and a little bit more of that wet weather on the way. Taking a look here, we are going to see, as of Sunday, widespread amounts of wet weather here. A lot of this focusing in northern portions of Europe. We'll see sleet conditions as well across areas of Norway and Sweden, for example. Snowfall outward over into northwestern Russia. We'll see quite a bit of heavy amounts of that snowfall for Sunday. And as we get into Monday, we're going to see that kind of pushing further down to the south, as we'll see here over near the Swiss Alps, a little bit more snow and sleet conditions beginning to pick up. More widespread amount of light, wet weather to be expected across Europe. Now, with that here, we are going to expect to see cooler temperatures, of course. We'll see things cooling on down. Our day highs here hovering generally right in the low teens range, even cooler here as we go over into Monday. Our day lows, of course, going to be much closer to the freezing point. And so with that here, London, about 13-day highs here as a Monday. Light rainfall, 12 for folks in Paris, also with that light rain. A little bit warmer, though, over in Madrid, 19 for the day highs, but 4 for the lows, and 20-day highs over folks in Lisbon. Some light rainfall there. So during the day, a little bit warmer out into the west, but at night, still getting quite cool out there. That does it for me today. Thanks for watching. Up next is your city forecast. Bye.
This week on the agenda, the rise of the global south. As world leaders gather for the APEC and G20 summits, is the voice of the developing world finally being heard? As world leaders cross the world to attend the APEC meeting in Peru, the G20 summit in Rio and COP29 in Azerbaijan, the voice of the global south has never been more vital. At all of these gatherings, developing nations are fighting to get their voices heard and pushing to create new forms of global governance. We've had a lot of talk in the past week, but what does the rise of the global south really look like in practice? Joining me now are Alicia Garcia-Herrero, Senior Fellow at Bruegel and Chief Economist for Asia Pacific at Natixis, and Yin-Jing Huan, Professor of International Politics at Fudan University. Great to see both of you on the agenda. Yin, let's start with you, because as world leaders are gathering at APEC and at the G20 meeting, and of course at COP, what we've got here is a world that's going through enormous change. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I mean, change is always a good thing. I strongly believe movement is the sole driving force for the shaping of a world order. And particularly considering nowadays, the change that happen all across the road really seems to have the tendency of building the world towards a true multilateral order. So yeah, in a nutshell, it is a good thing.
But there is a lot of uncertainty, isn't there, Alicia? And I'm wondering where you see that coming from. Is it geopolitical tensions? Is it the continuing legacy of supply chain squeezes and economic strain after the pandemic? I mean, where do you see the pressure points being?
Well, I think a new global order is, of course, a good thing. I fully agree, but in a way, we need to design it in a way that everybody's on board, because if not, it's asymmetric, which is what's happening. Asymmetric multipolarity, which we're heading towards, will not necessarily benefit everybody. Yeah, there will be some areas of, of global governance dominated by certain powers, whether it's the West, or whether it's Southeast Asia, maybe more China-centric, or whether it's India, South Asia, whether, it's... So I think it is very important, as you said, the pressure points to be basically discussed in the open and make sure that those pressure points are tackled before we actually jump in a new global order.
Well, you talk about getting everybody on board. I mean, Yin, what do you think it's all saying then about the rise of the global south? And how can, as China's President Xi put it, the voice of the global south be amplified?
Well, I mean, the focal point of China's envisioning of the world order would be focusing on empowering the global south on the economic front. And for this time, the APEC theme, I believe, manifests, it holds Peru's agenda quite strongly. You can see that Peru wants to integrate its informal economy and transform it into a much more sort of a formal style of economy, and Peru wants to have a more say in its economic and global order by developing its own economic infrastructure and many other aspects. And this cannot be done without, first, a true diverse input of developmental capital, a true diversity in terms of global trade, and a true sort of a momentum that could enable economies such as Peru to develop itself on its own. So in a nutshell, modernization, development by echoing everybody's concern and transforming places such as APEC, such as BRICS and COPs into a true multilateral international format, a platform to address everybody's concern. And that would be the starting point.
You're making me think now of the APEC 2024 tagline in Peru: empower, include, grow. Alicia, what did you take that to mean?
Well, it means that for Peru to really be empowered, two things have to happen. I think asymmetrical multipolarity, again, going back to my point before, is part of the answer, but not fully, because Peru will never be really a regional power. We need to realize that, and I'm sure Peru knows that in and out. So for Peru to really be empowered, we need to keep a multilateral order, maybe change it, maybe reform it, but we cannot move to basically regional powers, because Peru will have less of a say that it might even have today. So, we really need to think this through, so that countries that are smaller, that are very dependent on commodities, the case of Peru, really still can be protected by the multilateral global order, whether it's the WTO, the World Trade Organization, or other multilateral organizations. So before we change all of that, we need to make sure we have an alternative so that even the smaller countries have a say.
Now, Yin, China's President Xi was in Peru for APEC. He's heading off to Brazil for G20. What do you think that tells us about China's enthusiasm about the Latin American region and for its relationships with the rest of the global south?
Well, I think that the sheer fact that China is very enthusiastic about multilateral international institutions such as APEC, which reflects not only South-South cooperation but North-South dialogue, BRICS and WTO as well, and in addition to all of these, United Nations. It shows that I would echo Alicia's point. China is quite enthusiastic about building a true multilateral world by utilizing all multilateral, multinational, international organizations. And I believe that reflects one of the basic ontological issues. China doesn't really believe in power politics. And building a world that is truly democratic would need us to think differently than the conventional power politics ideals, and it requires us to create some new platforms, some new initiatives that truly empowers not only small and weak countries in the region, but multilateral organizations which can create a platform for small nations across the world to work together.
We're talking about doing things differently. The organisers at APEC 2024 were saying they wanted to think about consolidating a new approach to economic cooperation. Alicia, have they done that, do you think?
Well, it's very hard to do that. So let's put it this way. I mean, we are in that process, but of course, the world is changing. Yeah, we have U.S. elections that doesn't necessarily bode well for such cooperation. I think a lot of things will have to evolve in the light of those elections. And yes, hopefully we'll have that cooperation. I'm just saying it's getting harder, but that's how the world evolves. We'll find a way.
But there's a lot of cooperation and collaboration and partnerships that are already taking place, Alicia. I mean, in Peru, the ribbon was cut on the Chancay megaport, that $1.3 billion commercial hub that's going to really open up regional trade opportunities. China's shipping company, COSCO, owns 60% of that project, and it's a crucial part of China's Belt and Road Initiative. How important is that, and what other investments do you think that might lead to?
Well, it is of course very important. It's very positive for Peru to be basically put in the map of major ports, but it has to be an open port. It has to be for everybody, and that's crucial for Peru to benefit from that port. And I'm sure that will be the case because it makes sense for everybody, to have an open port. So I would say that would probably would lead to additional regional trade through that port. And that is very, very welcome, because the region, as everybody knows, actually lacks regional trade. It's mostly, about the US or China for that matter. And now the question is, can this port help regional trade booming, which the region needs?
And what do you think that then says about the Belt and Road Initiative, the opportunities, where this might take us?
Well, I mean, Belt and Road has been in place for many, many years, and the existing cases and the existing Chinese practices shows that China has always operating on first, a non-interventionist principle, and secondly, it's not exclusive. So I believe what Alicia is calling for and is envisioning an open port, that would be definitely the case. And it has been the case in many other places where Belt and Road Initiatives has had their projects. So I strongly believe that what China is promoting at the moment would provide a true alternatives and choices for the global South country, and having the opportunity to choose can really bring forward the global South's concern of development, growth, and most importantly, empowerment. Because for a long time, the global South countries has been suffering from the problem of not having enough choice, from monopolization. And that's exactly the case where the Latin American economists in the 1950s and 60s were concerning about turning Latin American's economy fully into a dependent economy. And dependency is the fruit of monopolization. Yeah. And nowadays, with China's promotion of a choice, it really, I believe, creates a new momentum for the movement of the world.
So we're talking about the choices and the voices of the Global South. And as Alicia mentioned, all of this is against the backdrop of these meetings which are taking place in the wake of Donald Trump's victory in the US elections. As he heads back to the White House, to what extent do you think that the US has maybe lost its regional clout with the Global South?
I sincerely hope not, but the world doesn't really flow according to my own will. But surely the global, as I said, the world order is constantly in flux. It's a movement in its own. So the recently finished US election with Trump as the next president-elect, the world will surely react towards that reality accordingly. And but deep down, I still believe that it will be ideal for the entire world if there is choices. And having said that, if the US decide to move towards a conventional way of monopolization, of US first, of utilizing the American interest over the other nation's interests, then surely the world will move against this particular trend of monopolization. It has always been like that.
Let's pause there for a moment. And Alicia, thank you for your time. But Yin Jingquan, do stay with us, as still to come here on the agenda, saving the planet. What role can the Global South play in creating a greener world?
We are all connected. Across borders, across continents, connected by ideas, a shared humanity. Stay connected.
Each day, there are millions of stories.
Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there to see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
Welcome back to The Agenda. And let's continue our discussion now on the rise of the Global South. Still with me, Ying Huang, Professor of International Politics at Fudan University. And now we're also joined by Eric Solheim, former Under-Secretary General of the UN and former head of the UN Environment Programme. Eric, of the major powers in the Global South, who stands out? Or does it depend on what we're talking about, if it's trade, if it's innovation or education?
Well, two powers in the Global South really stands out. One, of course, is China. The other is India. They stand out because of the sheer size. I mean, both are 1.4 billion people. India even now a little more. China is, depending on how we measure, the biggest or second biggest economy in the world. India will very soon be the third largest. India and China has nearly all global economic growth. And they have very powerful leaders in Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi, strong leaders with a global vision. So these two stand out. But of course, Indonesia will soon be the fourth biggest economy in the world. Brazil under Lula has a very important role, also to some extent as a bridge between America and Asia. Africa will be doubling its population in the next couple of decades, which will make Nigeria, Ethiopia, South Africa powerful. Turkey under President Erdogan is a very powerful nation which is friendly to everyone. So there are many more, but if you who stand out, China and India.
Well, you've given me quite a long list, but bearing all of those rising voices that you've got in mind, let's look ahead to the G20 summit in Rio, because in September the group's foreign ministers met at the UN to talk about changes in global governance. So what would you say, what are the countries from the Global South really pushing for it? Is it just to be heard, or is it something more?
Oh, it's a lot more. I mean, look, the Global South is now the growth engine of the global economy. The BRICS countries, which met recently in Kazan, is a much bigger economy than the G7, of course, a much bigger population. And if you look into the future, a much larger chart of the economy in the world will happen in these nations. They are furious that they are not heard, and they're furious that the global system is made 70 years ago in a very different time. Look, the current global system was made when France had colonies in Vietnam, and when India was a part of the British Empire, and when France and the UK, today two middle-sized European countries, were global powers. India is not even on the Security Council. There is no representation for Africa and Latin America, big nations. So they're furious with the lack of reform of the global governing system. They have a double strategy. They want to reform the current system to be more influential in the UN, but they also establish a huge number of new parallel institutions to highlight the role of the Global South. BRICS is one. Another one, of course, is Belt and Road, where China is investing in the rest of the developing world. You have the Asia Infrastructure Development Bank, the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement, the New Development Bank. There are so many institutions coming because the World Bank and the traditional institutions are not really working well for the Global South.
Yeah. And Ewan, what do you think? Is there this double strategy then for the Global South ahead of G20?
Yeah, I completely agree with Eric's observation. And the Global South, ever starting from 1945, the Global South country, or you might call it Afro-Asian Solidarity Movement, manifested in a non-aligned movement in G77, in the new international economic order. All those initiatives, they reflect a long-striving aspiration from the Global South countries to gain more say in the international arena. But that sort of aspiration needs to be supported by a material development. And this is precisely what the Global South country has always been asking for and has been working towards, to really, truly develop itself, transforming its status from being a relatively on the low end of the global economic order, improving its economic condition, improving its social condition, and so that they could be a true equal partner on the global stage. And then they could, through their constant movement action, trying to use international platform to manifest, to make the international platforms to manifest, to reflect the Global South countries' real developmental concern and needs, such as human rights concern, developmental concern, and environmental concerns. All of these, they have managed over the years to put through international cooperation, reflected particularly on the UNDP or UNCTAD platforms as such. But nowadays, we do have more international platforms as such. As Eric just mentioned, COP29 is one, BRICS Plus is one, and of course, APEC, G20, all of these, they are part of the bigger political and economic aspiration of the Global South, striving for equal and more cooperative international order.
Eric, what about climate leadership? I mean, COP29 continues. Nothing groundbreaking has come out of it so far. But how pivotal a moment is this for emerging voices from the Global South?
Look, people here in Baku are furious. I mean, the one nation which has done the most to cause the climate problem now is telling the rest of the world, oh no, we leave it to you to sort out the mess we have made. United States emissions up to today are 8 times the Chinese per capita, 25 times the Indian per capita. And if you compare to Africa, the difference is even bigger. And now the United States is saying, we do not intend to sort out these problems we have caused. We leave it to the rest of the world to solve it. But the good news is China, India, and the rest of the Global South are acting. And China is now the indispensable nation for the green transformation, not the United States. China, 60% of solar, wind, hydropower, electric batteries, electric cars, metros, high-speed rail, whatever you can mention. China last year produced 2/3 of all new green energy in the world. The rest of the world was 1/3. India is also, by the way, moving very, very fast on the environment, and so is Indonesia. So that when the United States is abandoning the leadership, will others step up to take that lead role and transform the world into a green economy? But of course, China and India is doing it for themselves, because this is very important to protect the people of India and China. But it's also a very sound economic strategy for both nations, do nation building and green development as one. I mean, President Xi said it very clearly when he said green is gold. If we go green, we will build a stronger China.
But Yin, in terms of investments into green technologies, clean technologies, infrastructure, adaptation strategies for developing countries, to what extent does the Global South depend on those richer economies to get the funding to turbocharge the green transition?
But I don't think dependent is a appropriate word to describe such a situation. The Global South country, for the entirety of its own history of striving for independence and autonomy, has to rely on some form of cooperation and support. Nowadays, the developmental capital is one of the crucial issues that the Global South countries are all struggling with. So with the coming of China, advocating cooperation rather than developmental financing or developmental investment. I guess the key word is cooperation through some form of South-South initiative, such as China will provide 0 to low interest loans to developing countries, and will provide infrastructures and, of course, fully respect the recipient countries' sovereign will, so that through a cooperative format, a greener and more efficient type of development could be implemented.
And Eric, where do you see that those opportunities are then for South-South cooperation? Is it in traditional sectors like agribusiness, services, manufacturing, entrepreneurship, or something else?
It's all of this. Look, China, as I said, is now the lead nation on everything green, and Chinese companies want to invest abroad, and they should be welcomed, and we should encourage more global investment. I mean, for example, the biggest BYD, which is now the biggest electric car maker in the world, they invest in Brazil, in Turkey, in Uzbekistan, in Thailand, right here in Azerbaijan, and in other developing countries. And through that, of course, they share the technology with these nations. That's exactly the same as China did the opposite way in the past. I mean, China received technology from many Western nations, and then they turned it into their own and did better. Quite recently, I visited CGTN, which is now the biggest electric battery maker in the world, and they had only praise for BMW, telling me that in the early days of CGTN, BMW was the German car maker was so important for them to share the technology and drive the development of CATL. Now CATL is the world leader, and they should share their technologies with the rest of the world through investments. And then we will see a much greener world coming very fast.
OK, so there's lots of talk, and from what you're telling me, there's lots of action happening too, maybe not at the fast pace that all of the big voices would be encouraging. But Yin, in spite of all of these meetings that are taking place, that gap between the global north and the global south just only seems to be getting wider. What is it really going to take to create a truly multipolar world?
Well, I mean, I guess the global south, on their path of strive, the long history of the global south countries striving for its true autonomy and independence, cooperation is one of the biggest solutions that they imagined. The same principle, I guess, would apply to the north-south cooperation and dialogue. To be honest, I think I completely agree with what Eric just said. The change, the transformation has already happened with the China's promotion of the green technology. The global north countries in Europe are actively seeking to benefit from this trend, particularly with the fashion of knowledge sharing, which is also something that the global south country has been advocating for a long time. And the transformation that happens on the ground needs to reflect itself on the global policy-making stage. So I guess for the European countries, as part of the global north, the EU, the European countries, needs to acquire its true autonomy and try to be an equal partner as well, not forming some sort of hegemonic alliances, but becoming a true equal partner on the global stage. That I believe in the very near future will help to transform on the global stage the political international order.
Yin Xinquan, Eric Solheim, thank you both very much. You can watch every episode of The Agenda in full on CGTN Europe's YouTube channel. And for exclusive extra content from me, my guests and the rest of the team, don't forget to check out The Agenda Show on TikTok. Coming up on a future agenda, time to redefine the global economy for a new era. We'll speak exclusively to economist Mark Uzan. But for now, from me, Juliet Mann, and from all the Agenda team here in London, goodbye.
Hello and welcome to our special coverage of the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. I'm Zhong Shi in Beijing.
I'm Wang Mengmang. Leaders and representatives of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation economies have convened for the closing meeting in Lima.
Chinese President Xi Jinping was welcomed to the gathering by the host nation's leader, Dina Boluarte. In his speech, President Xi said China will host the Economic Leaders Meeting of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation in 2026. Earlier, our colleagues in Lima, Mike Walter and Sean Calebs, shared their observations of this year's APEC meeting. Take a look.
From my perspective, and I'd love to hear what you're thinking as well, Sean, it has just been an immensely interesting stay here in Lima because as one of the people I was speaking to the other day said, you know, it's not just one big event, it's three. When you look at it, APEC gathering with the CEO summit, the inauguration of the Shanghai port, the mega port, a big event, and of course the state visit with President Xi. So we've got three major events that we've been tracking all week long, and it's been really fascinating to watch, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think you really hit the nail on the head when you talk about it. It has been these three separate events because obviously the Asia-Pacific Economic Co-op coming here, bringing the 21 entities together to talk about issues that really affect so much trade, something like 2/3 of the world's GDP coming together here, 40% of the world's population represented as well. And then the CEO summit. This is a chance for world leaders to kind of be able to talk face to face with some of the most powerful business leaders in the world. And it's not like they have that opportunity a great deal. And there are also ideas that are shared. And Mike, one thing that really jumps out at me is it's not like they make these individual deals that are signed and announced daily. They come together as a collective and say, as a whole, we want to move forward like this. So we talk about the global economy, talk about globalization, kind of pushing back against so much of the isolation that we're hearing about right now. And I think that's going to be the big takeaway from this. And the Shanghai port is just going to be huge, not just for Peru, Chile, another coastal South American country, but really all of this region. If you begin to ship, say, copper from Chile, it's going to cut 12 days off of the route from South America over to Asia, instead of having to go up to the United States, perhaps a port in Long Beach, California. It's going to be able to go straight across. That's a significant savings once this is up and running. The big challenge is going to be to get the infrastructure from there. There aren't enough roads. There aren't any really rail lines to that area, but it's coming. And there are already people moving in there. They see that is going to be the economic linchpin.
And you talk about copper. I know that you talked to the folks in Chile. They're getting cherries, you know, the blueberries moving from here. And when you talk about produce, it perishes. So cutting that time is really very, very important. The Vice Minister of Trade for Peru, Teresa Mara, spoke to me yesterday. And one of the things that she talked about is, you know, the focus on the gathering, all of these people coming together, as you said, discussing these major issues, climate change, the digital economy, so many others. But she was saying, you know, these meetings on the sidelines, so vitally important, where they're able to work out agreements. She had meetings yesterday with the Chinese delegation and others. That's the other thing. And it's not just creating agreements here, but also setting the groundwork for perhaps next APEC, having another agreement at that time as well.
Yeah, and when we talk about that, I had a chance to sit in on a couple of the sessions over at the CEO Summit, and we heard one individual who's focusing on construction. and you think about building using cement. I never really thought about it that much, but it takes a great deal of energy, and there's a lot of waste, whether it be from water or energy, and they're trying to find a way to continue to do this kind of construction, but in a more healthy fashion. And if you take it from this microcosm here in Latin America, it's going to be huge, because look at the continent of Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa is going to go through an amazing amount of construction. We've already seen it with so many Belt and Road projects moving into that area, and they can do it in a much more environmentally friendly way, and that is really going to be the push for the future. So you talk about these issues that even the United States and China seem to see eye to eye on, at least right now, in terms of this kind of effort toward environmentally friendly ways to move forward. Because from the time of the Industrial Revolution to now, just look at all the pollution. If you think about all these other developing nations, there's been so much learned. The key is these countries coming together, these world leaders coming together, these business leaders coming together and finding a way to do that in a healthy fashion.
Yeah, I sat in on the press briefing from Carlos Kuriyama, the APEC policy support leader, and of course he does a lot of the data and provided that to the leaders before the summit actually got underway. And he was talking about stable growth. I mean, among APEC members, it's around 3.5% solid. But he also talked about some of the headwinds that they're dealing with, and you already talked about it, you know, this protectionism, isolationism. And he said, you know, clearly the message from APEC, globalization works, it's good for everybody. And so I was talking to him about that, and he said, you know, when you talk about protectionism and you talk about increased tariffs, what you're basically doing is punishing the consumer. And I said, yes, but in many cases, it's the consumers who go and vote for this. And he said they've got to do a much better job of actually getting that message out to people so that they understand that the tariffs actually hurt them, not just the countries, but it hurts them, the consumer, as well.
And we've heard that from the top down. And one thing I really want to do is just praise Peru for the job that they have done putting this together. It has been colorful, it's been entertaining, it has gone off without a hitch. And we've been to enough of these things. It's usually security, traffic jams, problems that crop up. But everything seems to have gone so smoothly here. And this is the third time that Peru has hosted APEC, 2008, 2016, 2024. And now the groundwork has been laid, as you mentioned, to move this forward. It's going to go to the Republic of Korea next year. So to me, it's great to watch these kinds of things, because this is when people who flock from all over the world learn about different cultures. And we have so many reporters in Latin America that we've been able to work side by side with, Al Baverstock, Dan Collins, Michelle Begay, just to name a few, and they have been so helpful to all of us here, kind of leading us through, saying you really need to talk to this person, or this is an interesting area of Peru. It's the Central Andes, or this is, you know, the Amazon basin, and the reason things are so important here because all the efforts in that area to do deforestation, so their lifestyle is really at risk right now. So we learn all these little very important little nuggets that we can take and kind of move forward, and it really helps us tell the story better.
In our final thoughts, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the genuine affection between Peru and China. And that was clearly illustrated President Xi's letter to the Peruvian people, which was published in the newspaper, and I was talking to the editor of that newspaper with so much pride that they were able to put it out there. But also the message, you know, that this is a relationship that goes back a long time, and clearly the building blocks in place so it can continue forward. The Shanghai port, a clear example of that, demonstrated as well as the state visit as well.
Yeah, and you know, that's so true. And of course, China is Peru's largest trading partner, and that is only going to get significantly larger as this port, for lack of a better term, matures and moves forward. And it's really going to help other nations that aren't in APEC, such as Brazil, moving its soybeans over. I do have to tell you one thing, though. You talked about the cherries going from Chile, and the cherries go over for Chinese New Year. It's a huge shipment, but they won't go through the port because it would take Chile some time to go to Peru. That zips straight across as quickly as it can to China, and it's actually called the Cherry Express. Yeah, so to me, that's a great story. And there's so many wonderful stories here. The relationships between China and so many of these nations just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, Shanghai to Shanghai, the opening up of this great relationship.
Mike Water and Sean Caleb's for us there. And now let's hand things over to my colleague in Washington, D.C. for some more analysis of this year's APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Poppy.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. We are continuing our coverage of the APEC meeting in Peru. I am indeed Poppy and Puting here in Washington, D.C. Joining me now is Yan Liang. She is a chair professor in economics at the Willamette University. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good to talk to you, Poppy.
Now, first off, what are the highlights of this year's APEC meeting?
Right. I think the highlight is really that all the leaders of the nations that participated in this APEC summit, and also all the CEOs, they're pretty much striking the same tone, which is, multilateralism, win-win cooperation, building trust, and provide more opportunities for companies to thrive, for countries to develop. And I think the theme of this year are really, about inclusivity, about empowerment, in terms of digital transformation, and also sustainable development and green transitions. So I think all these are really important and pressing themes going forward, giving really the changing global landscape in terms of political, geopolitical sort of tensions. I think these are really important to guide these economies forward.
All right, now, China's trade with APEC economies reached nearly $3 trillion the first 10 months of this year. We've seen ambitious projects, of course, including the Belt and Road Initiative. If you would, talk about how Chinese investment in the region is continuing and the successes we're seeing.
Right. So the BRI has invested a lot in infrastructure in Latin American and Caribbean countries, and I think that is very important. One of the highlights of this APEC summit, of course, is Peru's Shanghai port, which is a deep sea port that is going to help to, connect South America, Central America with China and other Asian economies. And so this is one of the signature, I think, projects that would really help to, boost trade and reduce shipping costs, and really build the economies around this port to be more, inclusive, to be more development-oriented, to participate more in trade. And it creates a lot of job opportunities and also other economic opportunities. So I think this is one example that China's investments and the partnership with countries like Peru and surrounding neighbor countries could really help to strengthen, development in the region. And not only that, I think China is also building a lot of digital infrastructure, right? Huawei's 5G network and partnership with Chile and other countries that really also play a pivotal role in, really promoting digital transformation and e-commerce in the continent.
And tell us, what about your expectations for more cooperation between APEC members going forward?
Right. So we hear President Xi Jinping, giving the speech and deliver really clear message that China is firm to upholding, multilateralism and upgrade a lot of the partnership with Peru, with, Singapore, and so on and so forth. So going forward, I believe, just like with Peru, that two countries have just upgraded their free trade agreement, now includes investment that would really increase commercial activities by about 50%, according to the analysts. So I think we'll continue to see this kinds of expansion and strengthening of the cooperation between countries. And China, President Xi also met many of the leaders at the meetings. And really the message is very clear that we wanted to work together. We want to constructively manage differences and really trying to, build opportunities for inclusive and sustainable development opportunities. And I think that message is loud and clear. And the next step, I believe, is really trying to, be creative and also be inclusive. There are many regional free trade agreements like RCEP, like CPTPP. So the question is how we be able to build synergies between these different trade agreements and really strengthen and deepen the cooperation and partnership.
So you speak of synergy, you speak of partnership, cooperation there. So in terms of APEC as a platform for promoting multilateral cooperation, specifically, why is this important in that region as well as at this moment in time?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. As we know, APEC is really playing a very weighty role in the global economy, right? It has over 50% of the world's GDP and 50% of the world trade. So it's a monumental, I think, forum for countries to be able to come together and talk about, how they're able to cooperate and move forward. And we all know that, Donald Trump becomes the president-elect in the United States, who pledges to, make American interests first and, based on his first term, he withdrew from many of these international organizations and multilateral platforms. So I think it's all the more important and urgent for the rest of the world to really think about strategies to cooperate and move forward, even without the United States' presence and contributions to the kinds of multilateral system.
And what can you tell us about cooperation between multilateral organizations more broadly, including those such as the G20, BRICS, and their significance?
Absolutely. I think what is emerging is really a multipolar world, right? That the old system that is really centered on this unipolar system, I think it's really gradually eroding. And so now countries would have to think about ways to work together, even, with us geopolitical tensions and you name it. So you mentioned G20, which is the next stop of President Xi, where these 20 largest economies will gather together and talk about issues like sustainable development, fighting hunger and poverty, and also talking about digitalization and transformation of their economies. So I think this is very important. You see that China has been engaging really this sort of diplomatic blitz, right, in the recent months, if not in the past few years. I think really China is playing a lead role in forging this kind of multilateral cooperation platforms and work with other countries despite the differences and really come up with tangible ways like the BRI and like BRICS, for example. They have all these different mechanisms, building great exchanges and trying to build some alternative financial and clearing systems. I think all these are tangible steps towards that more sort of a multipolar, more multilateral way of developing economies and put development first, and really trying to forge that peace and stability in this ever-changing global environment.
Yan Liang, as always, many thanks for your insights.
Thank you.
Well, that's it from here in Washington, D.C. I'm Poppy and Puting. Let's go back to Beijing now for more coverage.
Poppy, appreciate your reporting at this hour. Thank you so much. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has given remarks at the 31st APEC Economic Leaders Meeting, titled Shouldering Responsibility to Our Times and Jointly Promoting Asia-Pacific Development. In his remarks, President Xi said APEC has helped transform the Asia-Pacific into the most dynamic economy and primary engine of global economic growth. Xi said the world faces slow growth and the Global Openness Index is on a downward spiral. He said Asia-Pacific cooperation is also confronted with challenges such as rising geopolitical tensions, unilateralism, and protectionism. Xi calls for solidarity and cooperation to meet these challenges, fully deliver on the Putrajaya Vision 2040, build on Asia-Pacific community with a shared future, and start a new era in Asia-Pacific development. To this end, President Xi proposed the following recommendations.
First, President Xi said an open and interconnected paradigm for Asia-Pacific cooperation needs to be built. He said regional economies should stay committed to multilateralism and openness, firmly uphold the multilateral trading system with the WTO at its core, and fully reactivate APEC's role as an incubator of global economic and trade rules. Xi also called for efforts in advancing regional economic integration and connectivity, dismantling barriers that fragment the flow of trade, investment, technology, and services, ensuring the stability and smooth operation of industrial and supply chains, and fostering economic circulation across the world. Second, Xi said green innovation needs to be a catalyst for the Asia-Pacific. Exchanges and cooperation need to be strengthened in artificial intelligence, quantum information, life and health, and other frontier areas. And Xi calls for promoting a comprehensive green transformation of economic and social development, with a particular emphasis on advancing coordinated digital and green development. Third, Xi called for upholding a universally beneficial and inclusive vision for Asia-Pacific development and increased support for developing economies and disadvantaged groups.
President Xi points out that China is committed to high-quality opening up. It will continue the implementation of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. He says the nation will actively promote its process of joining the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership and the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement. China has just signed a protocol to upgrade its free trade agreement with Peru. It has also substantially concluded negotiations of the version 3.0 China-ASEAN Free Trade Area. Xi also mentioned that China will launch a global cross-border data flow cooperation initiative. He added China seeks to deeper cooperation with other parties to promote efficient, convenient, and secure cross-border data flows. As host of APEC 2026, President Xi said China looks forward to working with all parties to deepen cooperation in the Asia-Pacific, benefiting the people of the region. For more insights, we're now joined in the studio by Qu Qian, Fellow of the Belt and Road Research Center at Minzu University of China, and Liu Baocheng, Dean of the Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics. Gentlemen, welcome to our special coverage today. So if you look at the remarks from the Chinese president, basically he said three things. First of all, he acknowledges the current tensions, pressures, and negative forces, for the lack of a better word, in the world facing the Asia-Pacific community. And then he laid out the vision that the Asia-Pacific community should move with in the future. And for the third part, he has summarized what China has been doing to facilitate trade and cooperation in this region. Professor Liu, let me first get your thoughts on those remarks from the Chinese president. A lot of recurring themes, a lot of recurring messages from the Chinese president.
Well, to provide a better solution, we need to identify or diagnose the problems the world is facing. And the Asian Pacific Rim is really facing a lot more challenges given now the fragmentation of the world and given the standstill of the WTO, and also given the retreat from globalization by many other countries at the moment, and particularly now with the upcoming Trump administration slapping tariff across the board against many of those countries, and particularly targeting China. So China is really feeling the pressure. But in the meantime, this is also a great window opportunity for China to grasp together, working with the economies within the APEC, because right now the peace and development should really be maintained, and integrity should really prevail fragmentation. So this approach is there to further give a momentum for building coherence along those economies within the Asian Pacific platform. And now there are specific issues that needs to be addressed. One is the better alignment with policy, and also the economic growth should also be in the mainstay. But to achieve that, connectivity by opening the domestic market towards each of the individual members is utterly important. And hence, President Xi proposed the high-level opening towards all the members. And then green transformation is something on the top of the agenda. And there is also a lot more apprehension over what can be delivered by the digital transformation that can be harmful if it is being misused, but it's going to also generate a great opportunity for business and for consumer life. So how we can really put a guardrail against those vicious, the misinformation and misuse, and in the meantime to give further boost for research and development, and hence for a wider application, and which can really benefit a lot more people that's more involved.
One key focus of the APEC is to keep trade alive and to really keep trade on the agenda. But then we are seeing uncertainty brought about by the incoming Trump administration, waves of unilateralism and protectionism. Professor Chu, what are your thoughts now on efforts to really integrate the member economies further, and to continue to celebrate and uphold free trade system?
Well, I think the manifesto of President Xi Jinping is actually very brilliant. It's basically a major force with the leadership, strong leadership, actually, to counterfight what's happening across the ocean on the other bank. Well, just take a look at his key words. Number one is just opening up and try to be inclusive. The other nation just made a very clear statement. We're going to be protectionist. We're going to isolate ourselves from other nations. But President Xi Jinping says, we're going to be open. We're going to be open to everybody, reaching out. Let's do free trade. Let's together celebrate this diversity and raise up every country's people's well-being together, because only by working together we can actually have a common prosperity. That's how it works in the past 60 years with international trade. And also talking about green, we have been hearing on the other side of the ocean, the major countries say, we're going to do fossil fuels. We're going to drill, and drill. So there is a anti-climate change tsunami are forming, and we're ignoring the sea levels going up, ignoring the pollution is happening. But China, President Xi Jinping is saying, we're going to go green, because green energy, green development is not only helping with the climate change, helping with the environment, but also especially helping the emerging market, because most of them are lacking the privilege to have enough natural resource in a fossil fuel. With limitless access to, the very affordable energies like solar and wind, they can have the industrialization. And also when we're talking about the reindustrialization for many developed nations, we are having a new wave of technology, for example, AI. Without green energy, without sustainable support towards AI training, how can those countries get industrialized or reindustrialized? Can you imagine just one training with a large language data model? We will spend like $100,000 per hour just to train one model. And not even the developed nation can afford it. So letting alone the emerging market. And third one we're talking about is, President Xi Jinping mentioned, we're going to open to the technology. I think, as Professor Liu has just mentioned, a lot of people are saying, okay, this is going to be dangerous. Well, the same people are saying the vaccine and the virus is a hoax and AI is killing people. No. Well, yes, technology can have temporary problem, but it will have an ultimate improvement of the efficiency of a modern industry and switch people's role in the manufacturing, in the businesses, in the whole economy. So I think that's the reason why, as we just discussed in the previous parts of our show, that if you want to be people-oriented, I think the ultimate solution is to find the technology to help it. AI, digitalization, e-commerce actually are helping lots of people, as we can see from many emerging markets result. So I think President Xi Jinping's proposals of the 3 key points is actually become a major force, providing the leadership towards the South-South cooperation, as well as to the Asian-Pacific solidarity to fight against this anti-tide of the anti-globalization, anti-technology, anti-inclusiveness. So this is actually the leadership, what we're needing right now.
Professor Liu, I want to follow up on what Professor Chu said just now and talk to you about green innovation. The Chinese president specifically mentioned green innovation, and this is an interesting combination of words. You cannot go truly green without innovation. But when you innovate, you can't put aside the efforts to go green. To innovate. So putting these words together, that's a very strong message sent out to the APEC community. But we're also faced with different levels of development in this very diverse family. How can they collectively recognize the importance, the significance of going green and innovating at the same time?
Well, there's always a delicate balance between economic growth versus environmental quality. And now that China is really taking the leadership among many other developing countries to really commit to carbon neutrality and carbon peaking, and for that goal, and President Xi brings up a very philosophical notion, is that the Green Mountain and the Blue River can really be Golden Mountain. So how that really being transferred, as you mentioned, it is really the technology that is going to really bring such a gap to turn out to be a win-win situation in terms of environmental quality versus economic growth. And also the fact that China is really funding some of the route towards that goal by boosting the solar energy and by educating the Chinese consumers as how to save and also to protect the environment based on daily behavior, and then how we can really further renovate the more of the equipment so that they can be more energy saving, and then to turn the more of the e-vehicles to many of the markets. Although we have encountered some of the headwinds, the drive is still very strong. So we are not really now investing domestically, but also we invest in new batteries, in solar energies, and in wind turbines, etc. across the world. So this is really a great example, and I think more importantly is and more sustainably is really the capacity building for more of the younger generation and also the current leadership as to learn about how to be more adaptive to such sort of drive and with more of the social responsibility, and then how we can really work together by sharing our experience, sharing our knowledge, sharing our technical expertise together with the technology transfer. And now, so I think it's more important really to do the work and show how it can be there to deliver more benefits instead of talking in the air. So therefore, China is really giving a better showcase in that regard.
Let's get to another point mentioned in President Xi Jinping's remarks, where he said that member economies should fully reactivate APEC's role as an incubator of global economic and trade rules. Some analysts think that the APEC has shifted its focus over the years from coming up with multilateral trade agreements to refining and improving the existing structures. Your thoughts on this, Professor?
Well, I think APEC has its own unique way to do so. APEC is not a very powerful negotiation or bargaining platform when it's just begins. But as the global South nations, such as the ASEAN nations, Latin American nations, especially while China and this kind of economy are growing bigger and bigger, we find out its power and actual capabilities in our international trade system has been growing. For example, we have been the CPTPP and also the RCEP has been taking form and grow stronger and stronger. And it become a very important parallel system aside with the WTO. So when certain nations are trying to quit the group and say, okay, we're going to step out, we're going to just put my country first, and we're not going to do the multilateralism. But these kind of mechanisms are, strong and prosperous by itself. Okay, if you want to quit, you quit. But we can have our own club, and we will obey the rule. We're going to have the free trade. We're going to open up, and we're going to lower the tariff. And when they can play together, and they can, actually show up lots of the great result, and other people can watch.
Gentlemen, let's just leave you there and go live to Lima, where leaders and representatives of the APEC economies are taking a group photo.
It's a very lovely moment.
Yeah.
It's a tradition kept alive through, all the editions of APEC. Leaders take that family photo, group photo, family photo at the end of the economic leaders meeting, signifying that this is a community. Professor Liu, I do want to get a little bit technical here with a question about trade, because there are a lot of trade agreements. First of all, bilateral trade agreements. Let's take a look at these pictures again, coming in from Lima, Peru. Leaders and representatives are taking that family photo, waving to the camera as they wrap up this economic leaders meeting, where leaders and representatives have taken turns to speak. We just heard from the Chinese president, who made remarks at that meeting. So back to the topic of trade, Professor Liu. You have bilateral trade agreements with APEC members, and you have regional trade pacts such as RCEP and CPTPP, as Professor Chu was talking about. How do they function together? How do they interact with each other to facilitate trade flows in this region?
Well, over a long run, we can see a shifting paradigm across the country's collaborative structure. In the beginning, it was more of bilateral agreements. Later on, people said, hey, okay, let's build a bigger one. That's a GATT, and then WTO. And then we found that WTO is not very functional anymore. So therefore, regional agreements come up. And then for regional agreements, it begins with neighbors. Now it really goes further to build the more of economic connectivity, given now the technologies in transportation and communication, etc. So now we do see that the regional integration is really high on the horizon, and that's because individual countries really do need and also they share a consensus that by integrating with economic and trade activities, each one can really benefit a great deal. And then, as you mentioned, there is a lot of overlapping between, RCEP, CPTPP, DEPA, and the APEC, etc. So they have really different functions. So there are forums that are there simply to build consensus and provide initiative, and there are also implementation ones. There are also rules that can be really safeguarded to make sure that those activities are really carried out on a fair and equitable basis. I think I give a lot of respect to APEC because particularly the Secretariat in Singapore is doing a great job. They have the full type of working commissions providing policy recommendations, and also they gather more of the individual countries on voluntary basis to invest in projects, particularly for capacity building through training programs. And so therefore I could see that there needs also to be streamlining, but right now I think the a diversified forum, diversified platform does really cater to the needs, and then for certain sectors, we do need really to harness some of the governance and build a more regime, and also build a more enforceable programs that can really work on a long-term basis with more predictability.
Appreciate your explanation, Professor Liu. We do want to check in with our reporter Chen Tong, who is live from Lima, Peru again. Chen Tong, talk to us about some of the highlights from today's proceedings and what we can expect next.
Of course. Well, as you've been mentioning in the studio in Beijing, President Xi has been calling to enhance solidarity and cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region for many times, not only during his remarks this morning, but also during his written speech yesterday. And this has received the positive feedback from business leaders here. And I had a chance to talk to some entrepreneurs in Peru. And let me tell you some example. For example, the president of the Peruvian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, he said President Xi Xi's speech is very inspiring, and because he's telling the world that China wants to cooperate with everyone and China doesn't want protectionism. And of course, this also sent out a signal that China is leading the future of the world. And also the president of the Peruvian Exporter Association, he said he witnessing the opening of the Chiangkai port is quite touching for everyone, because the Chiangkai port is allowing a quicker transit time between China and Peru, and that means more opportunities for Peruvian exporters and allowing more Peruvian agricultural products like blueberries, avocados, grapes to China, and the Chinese residents will have better opportunities to taste the fresher coffee, avocados, blueberries. And of course, what else I want to mention is that during his remarks, President Xi has been mentioning that during the third plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, China unveiled more than 300 measures for continued opening up to the whole world. And there are real examples. For example, the Chiangkai port. The opening of the Chiangkai port facilitated the trade between Asia and Latin America. It's not only an epitome of the bilateral trade between China and Peru, it's actually a gateway to connect Asia with Latin America. For example, cargoes that arrived from Peru to Shanghai, they can make a transfer in Shanghai first and then go to more countries such as Japan, South Korea, or Southeast Asian nations. So the Chiangkai port is giving out more opportunities for everyone. It's giving out opportunities in the Asia-Pacific region. So what's happening here in Peru is not only about China and Peru, it's about the whole region of the Asia-Pacific. Back to you, Zhongxi.
When China advocates for openness, it's not just talking the talk, but walking the walk. CGTN reporter Chen Tong live in Lima for us this hour. Chen Tong, appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much. And you're watching CGTN. We'll be right back after this.
This November, Lima, Peru.
The APEC CEO Summit, CGTN's team ready to bring you first-hand insights as innovation reshape the future of the Asia-Pacific and the Global South.
From the International Media Center, CGTN will bring you live coverage showcasing the majestic architecture and the rich cultural heritage of the region, illustrating the power of collaboration to drive economic growth.
China's role in APEC goes beyond words, collaborating with APEC member economies to foster deeper connections between their markets and people.
With APEC guiding the way, CGTN is tracking how economies are coming together around the shared goal of prosperity. Our team is in place, ensuring you get the latest updates as they happen.
In a spirit of mutual prosperity, APEC is driven by shared goals and innovative partnerships.
CGTN's team is working to deliver exclusive coverage of APEC 2024,
where tradition meets progress and new partnerships illuminate a future of endless possibilities.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities. Reinvent. Find new opportunities. Discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference.
Welcome back. Now let's bring you some other major stories making headlines from around the world. An Israeli strike has reportedly killed 10 Palestinians and wounded at least 20 others at the Abu Asi school in western Gaza. The building has been converted into a shelter for displaced families at the Shati refugee camp.
And Lebanon says it is reviewing a truce plan proposed by the United States for the Israel-Hezbollah conflict. An unnamed Beirut source told AFP that U.S. Ambassador Lisa Johnson discussed a 13-point proposal with senior Lebanese officials on Thursday. It includes a 60-day truce during which Lebanon will redeploy troops to the border. Israel has not yet responded. Iran says it will back any decision taken by Lebanon in the truce talks. Meanwhile, Hamas has said it is ready for a ceasefire in Gaza. The group is urging U.S. President-elect Donald Trump to put pressure on Israel. The appeal came nearly a week after Qatar said it would stop trying to mediate talks until both sides show willingness and seriousness for a ceasefire.
10 newborns have died in a fire at the neonatal unit of a medical college in Jhansi, India. An additional 16 newborns are in critical condition. Local officials say the fire started Friday night when an oxygen machine malfunctioned. The high concentration of combustible gas in the unit helped the fire spread quickly. Meanwhile, a district official said the fire was caused by an electrical short circuit in the unit. Building fires are common in India due to poor construction practices and safety oversights.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has spoken to German Chancellor Olaf Scholz about the Ukraine conflict in their first telephone conversation since December 2022. Putin insisted the crisis stemmed from NATO's long-standing aggressive policies that deliberately created an anti-Russian bridgehead on Ukrainian territory and ignored Russia's security interests. The Russian president also blamed Ukraine for refusing to engage in peace talks, which Russia outlined in a proposal last June. Meanwhile, Scholz urged Putin to end the conflict and withdraw troops. The German leader urged Russia to show willingness to negotiate with Ukraine.
Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayaka's leftist coalition has secured 159 seats out of the 225 total in this week's snap general election. While the victory shows that Sri Lankans want Dissanayake to deliver on his promises to fight poverty and corruption as Colombo struggles to recover from a massive financial crash in 2022. Our correspondent Ravinda Bawa has this report.
Since Friday morning, Sri Lankans were glued to their TV screens as the results of the parliamentary elections started to pour in. President Anura Kumara Dissanayake's leftist coalition, the NPP, achieved a historic two-thirds majority in parliament. It is for the first time a single party has done so under the proportional representation system. This landslide victory indicates that Sri Lankans have voted for change.
We expect President Anura Kumara Dissanayake to do justice for the poor people.
We have given this government a two-thirds majority. We are asking for it to give people concessions.
The winning coalition secured almost 62% of the votes, which is about 20% more than what Dissanayake won in the presidential elections held in September. Clearly, the party has widened its support base, including among minorities. This mandate has given the president greater legislative power to pursue policies to alleviate poverty and fight graft as the country recovers from a financial meltdown.
Is over such an overwhelming mandate, it shows that there won't be any checks and balances on the executive arm. That is very worrying. Because a functioning democracy needs a strong government, but also strong opposition. And I don't think this is going to happen with this election.
The new parliament will convene on the 21st of November to elect a speaker. President will present a throne speech outlining his key policy priorities to the new parliament on the same day. Ravinder Bawa, CGTN.